Yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to each and every one of you. I hope you guys are doing really, really well. This is, of course, episode 7 of the Gaming Grifter, or just Gaming Grifter, whichever one works. I don't know which one's going to stick yet. I'm trying to get the music to play. It will not play at the moment, so please bear with me while I try and figure this out. I don't know what's going on. Or we'll just play music straight on YouTube. It should not be too big of a problem. Let's do that. Safin, how you doing? Thundercool, how you doing? We've quite a lot of things that we need to discuss. We have quite a lot of things we need to discuss. Let me just get some music going here. Gathaspar, how you doing, sir? All right, that should be good. That should be good. I think we have some music going. We have everything else going, so it's all good. Abaddon, how you doing? Wife, and how you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to each and every one of you. Oh, come on. Stop making noise. I'll figure that out later. Okay, so I hope you guys had a wonderful week. I hope you guys are ready for the weekend to start. If, of course, you're in Australia or New Zealand or anywhere in Asia, you're probably already into your weekend, in which case, congratulations. The rest of us are not that lucky, at least not yet. But my weekend is pretty much almost officially starting after the stream. It'll be officially weekend, although I work on weekends anyway, so I don't know what the difference is, really, to be fair. But we do have a lot to talk about today, and I want to start with a topic that I covered yesterday, and I realized that this isn't really part of the normal stuff that I cover, but it is part of the normal stuff that I care about, stuff that I like talking about. And as you guys know, one of the things I really enjoy doing is diving into research. I like researching stuff, and I like sort of trying to understand how things actually operate. And part of that is also very much political, very much economics. I love economics. So I've spent the last 24 hours or so watching more economists speak than I care to admit, and also reading a lot about economics and specifically import taxes. Now, Americans, you will know of import taxes as tariffs, although based on how most people seem to react to Trump's announcements, I would argue that most people in the world doesn't have a clue what tariffs are. Because most people in the world, and what's funny to me is when Trump announced his tariffs, all of the Europeans went, "Oh, whoa, bro, we're your friends. Why are you putting tariffs on us?" And Canada did the same thing. All the Canadians out in force. You were once our greatest friend. Why are you punishing us with all these tariffs? The Mexicans did the same thing. Except, of course, for the fact that since forever, Canada has had import taxes or tariffs. That's what import taxes are, by the way. Trump just calls it tariffs, but they're import taxes. Effectively, as you import something, there's a tax that's applied to the thing that you're importing. It's called import tax. Canada has had import taxes on American goods forever, right? And sometimes as high as 270% of import taxes on goods and services. Now, it is fair, I should admit. Some of these super high tariffs are as a result of supply management. So Canada doesn't want too much of stuff in their country because, it might make things too cheap. So if they have just enough milk to keep the prices super high, then they tariff the living crap out of American milk to make sure that the American milk is more expensive than the Canadian milk, even though the Canadian milk is already super, super expensive. The same is true for Europe. In fact, Europe is even worse than Canada. Europe has had import taxes or tariffs on America pretty much on everything. Pretty much on everything. And there's even stuff in America that Americans cannot sell to Europe because the European Union blocks it. So if you're one of these people, and I think I'm talking specifically to Americans here, because I think Americans need to learn this. When Trump came into the White House in 2016, he ran pretty much solidly on this one thing and one issue alone. He is sick and tired of the world taking advantage of America. He wants the world to give America a fair shake. This is all this is. You can go back to literally early 2000s and find video of Trump saying exactly this. He's sick and tired of the world screwing America over. And this is literally what it is, by the way. For more than 20 years now, actually way more than 20 years, the European Union and Canada and Mexico and all of these countries have had import taxes on American goods. America has never had import taxes on anyone else's goods. This is the whole point. America doesn't have import taxes. So what does this mean? Well, it means that local manufacturers have to compete with international manufacturers on everything on equal footing, except not in their own countries. So when German cars go into America and want to be sold in America, they're sold at whatever the German manufacturers charge for the cars. But whenever an American car goes to Germany, it's charged at whatever price plus the import tax on top of that price. Trump is simply asking for a fair shake. So when the Canadians sort of come out of the woodwork and go, oh, you know, how dare he's our friend. Yeah. And you've not been treating America like a friend. You've been exploiting America while charging excessive import taxes on all of the things coming from America. But now that Trump wants to do the same, now that Trump's going, hey boys, maybe you guys should stop importing or stop taxing our shit. Suddenly now, Mr. Justin Trudeau, or should I say, Her Highness Trudeau, now suddenly his panties is in a twist. Now suddenly he's like, oh, how dare he? I'm going to also tax them 25%. It's like, bitch, some of your taxes are 270%. What are you talking about? 20% would be a low import tax rate for Canada. The point that I'm trying to make is, and why this is important specifically to video gaming, is there's a lot of lies about this. A lot of lies. From Kotaku warning that all of these Trump tariffs are going to lead to much higher prices for video gamers, and also it's going to lead to fewer physical games because, it's going to be too expensive to make physical games. On that front, let's just be very clear. Firstly, the tariffs are not on digital goods. So no digital goods will have tariffs on them. So games, you're fine. If you buy a game from Steam, you're good. 2, most international publishers have printing houses in multiple countries, including in the US. So when a physical copy comes out of Ubisoft Paris, it's not made and printed in Paris and then shipped to America. They just send the code off to America, and America prints and makes the copy. Again, there would be literally zero tariffs on that because it is fundamentally made in-house, right? So the argument on all of this is absolute nonsense. Thundercool, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. Oh, shit, Alavarius with the community sub. I really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. I'm saying this because no one else seems to be talking about it. And these articles, these consistent attacks from, the politicians grandstanding, all of the European leaders pretending like Trump is being so evil towards them, do not fall for it. It's your countries that started this. Trump has warned you, and he's warned you for a long time, FYI. He's warned you since 2016 to remove your tariffs, to remove your import taxes so that American companies can partake in your markets. You kept saying, no, we don't think we will. And now, when Trump is doing what he said he's going to do back in 2016, now you're all pretending like Trump is the bad guy. Guys, if you're upset about this, and look, to be perfectly clear, because I do think it's important to be honest, this is going to be a little hurtful. There's going to be some pain for Americans. Up until now, Americans have enjoyed very cheap products because the American government doesn't charge import tax. So yes, you have been enjoying cheap products. The issue is, these import taxes from other nations has destroyed your manufacturing base. It's made it so that companies that want to compete in Europe have to open their factories in Europe. Companies that want to compete in Mexico or Canada have to open their factories there because just exporting to these countries is too expensive. So these countries are costing America a lot of money, a lot of jobs, a lot of economic investment because they refuse to remove their tariffs. And of course they know they need to refuse it because if they don't, America will take over. Europe is so far behind the rest of the world on literally all innovation when it comes to first world nations. They cannot compete with America, not in manufacturing terms. And so the tariffs is the only way to protect what little they have left. Trump knows this. The same is true for Canada. Canada cannot compete with America. The Canadian economy is already struggling. Trump knows this. I guarantee you there's going to be a solution to this or a resolution to this very shortly where the rest of the world apologizes and gets back to chilling the hell out. But I do think it's important that we talk about this. This is the graphic designer that hit you up the other day. Hope you've been good. Not surprised on the base takes. Rado, how you doing, bro? Yeah, well, I wish I could work with you. I just currently would not be able to afford it, but definitely would love to, man. Chief, how you doing? This is only going to make America a powerhouse again. They don't see it. It's going to hurt in the short term, right? 100%. It's going to hurt in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to only be a gain for America. That is guaranteed. I'd love that for Canada. Manufacturing left in the 80s and 90s when free trade happened first time. TMB, well, I don't know yet how it's going to play out for Canada because I don't have a lot of hope for Canada, if I'm honest, because this is your prime minister. Your prime minister cries about shit live on television. I don't know how. I don't know. Personally, I don't particularly think I would want my prime minister to be crying about stuff. Call me crazy. I might be crazy, but yeah, that seems like a wild thing for me. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out. Ravy G, how you doing? I want a 5.5 liter engine car that I'm only gonna look at because of the fuel cost. I want it. Short-term losses, long-term gains, baby. True. He locked out the government. What do you mean he locked out the government? Yeah, I didn't put on the audio because some of these things might be. What was he talking about?
Your foreign affairs minister yesterday called all of this a psychodrama. How do you characterize it?
Thursday.
He's such a dramatic fool.
10 years of Donald Trump won, historic, once in a
Gee, thanks for the follow, man.
pandemic, inflation crises, war in Ukraine as Russia returns to war in Europe, as the Middle East is facing extraordinarily difficult situations. These have been complicated times. This is the job I signed up for. This is the job I will continue to do until the very last moment I'm doing this job. And
there's another video of Trudeau actually sort of starting to cry. It's somewhere on my Twitter. I could probably find it. But there's like tears in his eyes as he's telling this little story. And it's just so cringe. More to resign. Yeah, but he still needs to work for a little bit before he can finally leave. And then hopefully, he'll be gone. My only hope is that other guy makes it through, Poilievre. I hope that he becomes the prime minister because I actually think he has a chance of fixing Canada. The problem, of course, is that Canadians seem hell-bent on just having loser leaders. I don't know why. Like, Canadians, maybe one of you can explain to me why you continuously vote for losers. Makes no sense. I genuinely don't get it. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's talk about something a little bit more fun. Let's talk about something a little bit more interesting. Now, guys, did you... Damazal, how you doing? Did you guys know... I only just found out about this today, actually. I don't know if you guys knew this. Maybe some of you knew. Actually, I should probably have Googled this, because I was convinced that Greek people, people from Greece, I thought they were white. Right? And that's just sort of, I guess because they're sort of so close to Europe. And I've seen some Greek people, and they looked white-ish to me, at least to some extent. What I didn't know is that actually Greece people are not white at all. No one told me that Greece is in Africa. I thought I was bad at geography, but holy shit. I genuinely thought Greece was in Europe. But apparently, Greece is not in Europe. Greece is smack bang in the middle of Africa. Like maybe Nigeria, close to that, I'm assuming. Because according to sources, Christopher Nolan's new film, The Odyssey, will have Lupita Nyong'o playing Athena, the goddess, the Greek goddess, by the way. She's Greek, but she's black. She's going to be the Greek goddess. I don't know. I didn't know. I genuinely thought Greeks were white, but I'm way off. Maybe some of the Greeks can explain. How are you guys going under the radar? Ancient Greeks were more Indo-European, but after the Ottomans, they gained more Arabic genetics through colonization. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they still don't quite look like Lupita over here. Netflix adaptation, Wakanda, the long-lost capital of Greece. I'm off. Have a good day from the 52nd state of Canada. TMB, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. This is going to fail hard. Yeah, this is just another one of those examples. And I think we should remember there's a number of entertainment studios. So either in Hollywood or in gaming even, there's going to be studios that will go down with the ship. There's going to be studios that will fight right till the end, right? And Christopher Nolan seems to be one of those guys. He will go as woke as is needed until the very end. Whether he makes money on these films or whether he doesn't make money on these films, it does not matter to him. He just wants to do the whole woke thing. Now, I remember a few weeks ago I made a video because someone asked me, why are they doing these things? So someone asked me, what's the reason for all of these things? Like, why do we have this woke push in video games, in movies? And I made a video, and I still stand by what I said there. It's very difficult to predict. It's very difficult to say, oh, this is the reason why they're doing that. Or they're doing it obviously because of this thing. Or it must be this reason. Because you're dealing with individuals, right? You're dealing with individual people. And even if you say the WEF, the problem there is there's thousands of people that's connected to the WEF. Not all of them want to do these things for the same reasons. Some of them want to do it for the same reasons. Others have completely different reasons. So it's very difficult to get to the exact, the exact reason for why this stuff happens. But there is, Ravi J, let me quickly check. Oh, wait, is this for the whole of, no, bro. No. Really? Dude, I don't understand. Why in the... So, what... Why is Zendaya in everything? an Elliot Page? Who the hell gives a crap about Elliot Page? I don't get it. Why is Zendaya and everything? Does anyone actually like Zendaya? Because I don't like Zendaya. I genuinely don't give a shit about Zendaya. So this is probably the problem is there's a number of really cool actors here, like Tom Holland, Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway. Robert can take a leave. Not a fan of Charlize Theron. John Bernthal, kind of like him as well. Himesh Patel, I don't actually mind him. He's a pretty good actor. John Lugiaz, I don't know how to pronounce his surname, but I like him. Who else do I even recognize here? I don't recognize any of the other people, so they're also there. Wait, Cosmo is also good. Why does he look? Yeah, he's pretty decent as well. But I just think this is so. You see, the issue with this is there's definitely, I think, multiple forces involved in the woke push. And we were watching this video from Master of the TDS yesterday, where they showcased Pipeworks. Not Pipeworks. Was it Landfall Games? Palmaya, how are you doing? I know 4 of those names, and of those 4, only 3 mean anything to me. And how you see how about you follow African or Afrikaner, Charlize Theron. I don't like Charlize Theron. She's woke as shit, and I couldn't care less, right? I don't like her as an actress. I don't even think she's that good of an actress, to be fair. So yeah, I've little to no interest in anything she is in. I do know one thing though. So I cannot answer the question why they're doing what they're doing. I don't know. Well, I do know why. I don't know why, if that makes sense even. So I know that this is an attempt to change culture. That I know for a fact. All of the moves we're seeing right now, these are all things that you do. It's right out of the communist playbook, right? So when the communist manifestos were drawn up sort of in the late 1950s, early 60s, these were all things that they wanted to do. They wanted to subvert and change the culture. So we know that that is why. That's like the ultimate goal. The why some people are doing it and whether or not everyone is on board with the Communist Manifesto push, that I can't tell you. I don't think all of these people are communists like Christopher Nolan. I don't think he's necessarily on board with with a Communist Manifesto. He might be, but I'm just using him as an example. I can tell you one thing though, and this is where it's actually so miraculous that we as gamers have been able to withstand the push for as long as we have. Have any of you ever heard of a game called Werewolf? No, Chief Daniel. That's I know the dude. I've seen him in movies before, but his name is a bit lost. It's okay. So actually, Werewolf is it's sort of like, it's not a tabletop game, but it's kind of a tabletop game. It's also known as Mafia. This is sort of a different name for it. So some places call it Werewolf, other places call it Mafia. But it's basically a game. FBS, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you. It's basically a game where you and a bunch of people sit around a table, and 2 people are nominated to be werewolves or mafia bosses. And everyone's eyes are closed, right? And everyone gets like cards, and you see on your card you're a werewolf or you're not. Or whoever is the storyteller will choose 2 people and they will become the werewolves of the pack, right? So the werewolves know who they are. You have 2 werewolves and they know who they are. No one else knows who the werewolves are. So no one else knows who the werewolves are. Then every single round, the werewolves, everyone closes their eyes and the werewolves can decide to kill someone. And it's up to everyone else to figure out who are the werewolves. Who are the werewolves going around killing people? Patlin, 33 months, part of the DJ Nation, appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, the game itself is actually pretty fun, pretty interesting. But here's a very, very interesting sort of statistic. On average, werewolves win most games. On average, werewolves win most games. And the whole point of this game, because the game itself is actually psychological. The game itself is actually a psychological exercise. And what the game proves is that if 2 bad guys know each other and work together, they can defeat an unlimited amount of good guys. As long as they know who they are and they know who the other is, there's actually been studies done, including this game, where they would have the werewolves know who they are, but not know who the other werewolf is. So one werewolf would know and the other werewolf wouldn't know. And so they would play the game that way. And then it turns out it's completely random who wins and who loses. But the second the 2 werewolves know who the other werewolf is, they basically always win. At least most of the time, the werewolves win. You see, and this is the fight that we are in. We don't know who the werewolves are. We know some of the werewolves on the board, but we don't know all of them. We only know some of them. And it's not enough for us to just know some of them. You see, because just knowing some of them doesn't mean we get to stop them. Because most of these people are moving completely in the silences, in the darkness. They don't show themselves, they don't point out. Like, for example, if I guarantee you, with everything that we've seen over the course of the last few years, there's not a single person in Hollywood that doesn't know that casting a black woman as Athena the goddess is a very stupid idea. Like, that I guarantee you. Not a single person in Hollywood can say that that's a good idea. Because we've seen what other movies that were supposed to do really well did when they race swapped characters. So clearly, that's not a good idea. But then you have to ask yourself the question, well, why, according to them, is it a good idea? Because clearly they don't think that this is a bad idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. We are currently playing a game of werewolf. The issue is we don't know who the werewolves are. And the problem is the werewolves have a lot more money than us. Like, a lot more money than us. An informed minority will often beat an uninformed majority was the premise of the Russian sociology experiment. Zelos, yeah, that's the one. In this real-life game, it's not just werewolves. You got 2 factions of vampires, 3 factions of wizards, rebel werewolves, hunters, changelings, and demons. Blue, you're not wrong, right? Because we also have... It's not like it's the werewolves versus the villagers as with the normal game, right? It's... Imagine werewolf, but 2 people are the werewolves. Half the group is villagers, really innocent villagers that just want to survive. The other group have decided that the werewolves are actually the good guys. And the other group of villagers are actively trying to help the werewolves destroy the normal people. That's kind of the game we're playing. You know, the very, very moronic, wokey, and like the really wokey gamers, right? Those guys that's currently, I'm having literally one of the most retarded conversations right now on X with a guy I should read this for you guys, because honestly, I mean, there's retarded and then there's whatever the hell I just went through today. Let me see. Okay, so let me read this for you guys, and then we'll talk about it. I know I haven't talked to you guys yet. We haven't discussed it yet, but let me read this for you. So Grums tweets out, for an indie game, 4,800 players and a peak of 19,000 is great success. For a Microsoft game and budget, it's a different story. Andy Murray, horror nerd and film reviewer, has to say it with me. Steam numbers don't represent the full player count of a game released on multiple platforms. I then reply, and I say it with me. PC is massive, and Steam absolutely dwarfs Game Pass in active users. We see all other games launching on multiple platforms, even games on Game Pass outperform Avowed. So please explain. What if your viewers will become moderators in this stream? Hypothetically, that would be wild. It's free in Game Pass for PC day one. This is Calamari. This is a new idiot that's entered chat. He says it's free in Game Pass for PC day one. Why would anyone choose to buy it on Steam? So I come back and I say, I don't know. Maybe we should ask these guys why they decided to buy obviously successful games from Steam when they were available day one on Game Pass. And so, of course, I linked to Palworld and also to Stalker 2. Both of these games were available day one on Xbox Game Pass. Calamari then comes back with, oh, that's easy. Live service game played for months. In comparison, you can finish Avowed in a week or two. This does not speak to any of the concerns that I've just raised. What's the difference, right? Yes, it would speak to how long these games are successful for. It would not speak to the peak of these games, right? Avowed's peak being only 19,000 is really bad. If it was in any way, shape, a good game. He then brings up the cost of Palworld. Of course, note, he completely ignores the cost of Stalker 2, because that was also a full price game. And says there's no crossplay between platforms. Because apparently, that's something that people care about. So, I highlight to him that you do realize this is literally just 2 examples. And this really is. There's like quite a few more examples of this. In every other example, successful games do sell incredibly well on Steam regardless of Game Pass Day 1. Your analysis misses one point. While it would explain long-term player numbers, it does not explain lackluster first-week players. And then he responds gloriously and so intelligently, it's your examples, dude, not mine. So all I responded with was, my examples prove you're wrong. Your interpretation of my examples is our current issue. You're bending over backwards trying to defend a game that clearly failed. And I think his friend replied with, if you say so, have a good day. His friend checked out while he was making stupid points. So this is the kind of stuff that we're up against. This is the kind of people that we're up against. People like Mr. Andy here and people like Mr. Calamari here, who they're only... It's like their personalities consist only of running defense for massive corporations. Z Vengeance, yeah, well, apparently. Reminiscent doesn't matter. It does not matter. Having more users is a relevant argument when it's free. Because that's not how it works. Steam currently has between 142 and 160 million monthly active users. Those are the active users on Steam. Those are users that's buying stuff. Those are users that's actually doing stuff. The problem is, Xbox Game Pass, as of the most recent numbers, is 34 million. And that's total. That's not monthly active users on Game Pass. That's their total user base, 34 million. Monthly active is probably far lower than that. So, in other words, if you want to talk to me and say, well, the game launched on Xbox Game Pass, so clearly it's doing super well. But no. If the game was successful, it would be selling well. It would be selling super well. It's not talking about reach. It's talking about sales. We see all successful video games, whether they launch on Xbox Game Pass or not. If a game is successful, it sells well on Steam. It's just 100%. There's no exceptions to this. If a game is successful, it is selling well on Steam. The only time successful games don't sell well on Steam is when they physically don't launch on Steam. But then it makes sense that it won't sell well on Steam. But if a game launches on Steam, it sells well if it's a successful game. The point here is you cannot use the excuse, well, the game doesn't sell well on Steam because everyone's playing it over on the Game Pass, because that's not an excuse. Game Pass only has 34 million users. That's it. No more. 34 million. Even at those rates, if we break it down and we look at how players play video games, okay, so we can actually do that. We have the statistics of this. The overwhelming majority of men, because they're the largest group of gamers in the world, men, the overwhelming majority of men play sports games and shooter games. They don't play RPGs. Men who do play RPGs make up around 30% of the total gaming audience for men. About 30%. Of that, right, the overwhelming majority of men prefer sci-fi RPGs to fantasy RPGs. Fantasy RPGs are actually about 20% of RPG fans prefer fantasy over sci-fi. It doesn't mean that they won't play fantasy, but they prefer sci-fi. And then there are obviously guys that don't want to play sci-fi or fantasy at all. They just play sci-fi games. So based on those numbers, if we literally just do, this is the demographic, we expect that demographic to play itself out among 34 million users on Xbox, on Game Pass. Of the 34 million users playing on Game Pass, not a whole lot of them are actually playing Avowed. Very few of them. So you can look at maybe 20% of the 34 million may have given Avowed a whirl. Maybe may have given Avowed a whirl. You could literally open Avowed via cloud streaming for 1 second and be counted as a player, I imagine. Well, that's the problem. When you also look at how they promote themselves, right? Here is what they say. Look at the promotion. This is how you know the game didn't sell well. This is how you know Avowed did not sell well. Please look at this. Avowed has reached 5.9 million players since launch. Reached 5.9 million players since launch. What is this headline not saying? There you go, boys. It's not saying that Avowed has sold 5.9 copies. It is saying it has reached 5.9. This is the same thing that EA did with Dragon Age the Veilguard. When EA said that as of yet, about 1.5 million players have engaged with Dragon Age the Veilguard. This is corporate speak for kind of tried it out. This is not corporate speak for we have made sales. If they sold 1.5 million copies, they would say 1.5 million copies sold. But you sort of spin it and you say engaged with. These are also the people that sort of quickly subscribed, played the game for like an hour or two, and then unsubscribed, right? Or the people that bought it, played it for 2 seconds, and then refunded it. So this is sort of very clever tricks. When you say has reached 5.9 million players, because reach simply literally means someone clicked play. If they clicked play, they are technically counted as reached. You've reached them. It's kind of like there's a metric on YouTube that does the same thing, where it literally counts how many eyeballs have seen your thumbnail. But that's a useless metric, because it could be someone that literally just flicked past it, but technically the thumbnail was on their screen, and so technically it does count as the thumbnail was technically seen. right? So it's useless metrics to use stuff like this. Does that include people who played the demo? Well, we wouldn't know that, right? Because of how vague the language is, Patrick. I'm waiting for the next Rick with AC Shadows. That's right around the corner. You and me both. Avowed makes sense now. I didn't know it was on Game Pass. Thomon, what do you mean? I'll be extra charitable. 509 players sub to the Game Pass that has Veilguard in it. So like the problem there is that would again have been something that they would have celebrated. So if that was the case, they would have said that. You see, if Avowed alone led to 5.9 million subscribers extra to Xbox Game Pass, you bet your ass Microsoft, Xbox, Avowed, Obsidian, all of them would have been out in force singing the praises of Avowed because it has single-handedly brought in 5.9 players into the subscription service. So that, not even that, is true. Avowed is an objective failure. It is objectively a failure. It is objectively not a good game. To try and pretend that it is, at this point, is becoming silly. Because people are having to come up with all of these weird sort of ideas and weird sort of explanations for why it might be a slow seller, or, you know, the game is, you're able to finish the game in 40 hours. So, you know, obviously low player count. Well, I have another game for you if that's your argument. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, you're able to finish Baldur's Gate 3 in about 100 hours. How did it get to 800,000 players? The Screen Rant article is a sad attempt to retain investors with corporate speak, trying to make it look like it's not dog shit. So true. No, it is silly that I mix up Avowed and Veilguard. Well, not silly, Sonic. That makes sense. They're both equally dog poo. So I understand why you would mix them up. So 5.9 million players, is there info? What's the percentage of players who got the very first achievement in Avowed? Could give us a reasonable assumption on actual player count. Domok, not that I know of. I don't think there is. There must be on Steam. I'm sure you could go check on Steam to see the percentage of players that got the first achievement. But I don't know if there's an overall, because Xbox, as far as you know, don't really even, like, they don't really show that. I'm not sure if they do even. Some people I know enjoy this game. It's not for me. I don't like first-person melee combat. I will say this. It's not surprising that some people like this game. There's plenty of movies and series out there that some people enjoyed. Doesn't make it good movies or series. It just means there are some people who found it hilarious or some people who found it engaging. You know, the thing is, all art is subjective. That includes video games. Not every single person is going to like every single video game. That's just guaranteed. The question more is, was it an objective success? Because that's all that matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you have a game that some people enjoy. That's useless. That doesn't mean anything. For a studio to continue to make money, it needs to sell well. And I think we can say safely, Avowed did not sell well. There's no reason to believe that Avowed sold well. It's not really woke, it's just a horribly low mid game. It's not wokeness that killed the game. This I can say with absolute honesty. It's not wokeness that killed the game. What killed this game is Matt Hansen. Sonic, you and I are on the same wavelength on this. This was 100% an example of how one man managed to tank a video game. How one man, rather than just shut the hell up, don't attack gamers, don't attack white people, Just shut the hell up and wait. Just let people play your game. Because I'll be honest with you, I was looking forward to Avowed. I wanted to play Avowed. And then Matt Hansen opened his mouth. And I was like, I don't want to play Avowed anymore. I'm good. Okay, so Thumb1, you're not wrong on that, but this is something I want to talk about, and I will continue to talk about until people understand it. Wokeness killed Avowed. Wokeness killed Dragon Age the Veilguard. It is wokeness that is killing these games. The problem is that a lot of people seem to really struggle with understanding that wokeness isn't an isolated event. When you have a game that is woke, that game isn't woke in a bubble, right? It didn't just happen to be woke. It's not an accident. It's not like the developers made this phenomenal game and then the game went live and suddenly everyone is they, them. And all the developers were running around going, what the fuck's going on with our game, bro? Everyone's they, them. We didn't even have functionality for pronouns, but there's pronouns everywhere, right? That's not how that works. It starts with the developers, right? The developers are the ones that's woke, and then they build the wokeness into the game. So even though you can point to something like Dragon Age the Veilguard, and you can say, and I've had people who say this to me. People who say, dude, if you remove the trash storylines, so Tasha's storylines, if you remove her storylines, there's literally nothing else that's woke about that game. And my immediate response was, why do you think woke only applies to storylines? The fact that the dialogue sounds like it's written for kids, the fact that the combat gets super boring super quickly, the fact that the art style does not match the genre that you are in, the fact that the characters look absolutely rancid, all of these facts are a direct result of wokeness, of DEI, because the person that had to make the decision for what art direction to go in was hired based on the color of their skin or their sexuality rather than merit. Remember, wokeness, the fight against wokeness isn't just to have our video games not be woke. It's to have our games industry not be woke. It's to have the best people be hired for the job, regardless of skin color, regardless of sexuality. That's the fight, and that's the fight that we should be holding on to. What is opinion and not fact, Reminiscent? Joseph Woke is that everyone has their own definition, so it can become a mess at times. So the thing is, I think the definition of woke is pretty well established. It's when you do anything under any circumstance for political expedience or for political reasons without it having a favorable outcome on the quality of the job, the work, or the product. That's woke. That's it. Reminiscent, it's not just me who said it got boring. That's one of the main complaints of the game, is that the combat gets super repetitive and boring after a while. So yes, it is subjective, but when you have a large enough player size or sample size that says it gets super boring super quickly, then that becomes an objective fact, at least in terms of that game. Now, that doesn't mean that some people might not have enjoyed it right until the end, but that would make you an outlier, not the rule, as they say. Loving some strong female characters with the personality of a plank, a jawline like a shovel, and a skin riddled with cellulitis. Thank you, wokeness. Dominus, don't we all? when games were done by nerd gamers to nerd gamers was the golden age? True. It functions like a cult, quite literally. Not only developers, but there are rich people who push this into video games, movies, etc. So, I mean, the rich people pushing this stuff was a problem once upon a time, but now, with how advanced things are, even if you removed the rich people, you'd still be left with a bunch of developers that are woke all by themselves. If you don't believe me, what does American college campuses look like right now? Like, you Americans tell me, how's the vibe? Is it a very conservative vibe on college campuses in America, or is it pretty woke on college campuses? Remember, all of those students that come from those universities that are now working in the games industry, they're the ones that made those universities so woke. So, they're just taking that wokeness right into the companies that they're working at right now. It's still just an opinion, just a widespread one. Echo, you don't win this argument. No, you cannot say that your opinion is just an opinion when it's literally based on the combat in a video game. And if 80% of players that play the video game find the combat to be ridiculously boring, then it is a fact. The combat is ridiculously boring. Then the people with the opinion are the people that say, actually, I thought the combat was really fun. Well, that's just your opinion, bro. Because you are in the minority here. The rule, the majority, didn't like it. It was shit. If it was fun, the majority would have liked it. That's it. Right? Now, if you want to get into philosophical arguments about the philosophical value of the statement, sure, it's a subjective statement. But philosophical conversations and conversations of realism has nothing to do with each other. And I'm not going to sit here and argue semantics over philosophical adaptations and definitions of what is or is not a subjective opinion. Because if we want to go down that road, there is subjectivity to everything. Then suddenly you genuinely cannot make an objective argument that some game is bad. Because philosophically speaking, the game isn't bad. It is simply your opinion that the game is bad. And just because the opinion is shared by 100% of other players does not make your opinion the fact, philosophically speaking. Because philosophically speaking, it's subjective. Because art is subjective, and it's simply your and many other people's opinions that this is not a good game. Even though, in the real world, we can all pretty much equally agree that Dustborn was very shit. As is referenced and confirmed by the fact that almost no one played it. So yes, we can get into semantical arguments here about what is philosophically true or not true, subjective or not subjective. But I'm not interested in getting into semantical arguments about this. It's shitter gaming. You can play around on the toilet. Well, slow down. It's hard to keep up. It's the same as we. The majority of people think slavery is great, so that means it's completely fine. Reminiscent, the argument, though, is if we, the people, right, so we're getting into some deep shit right now, right? If you, right, okay, I'll ask you this. What would be your argument against a country saying that slavery is good if 100% of the people in the country believe that slavery is good? What would be your argument against it? The Siege of Whiteout made me feel way more than the entirety of combat. The game has its highs. Nothing is fresh anymore. It's all just safe blueprints with self-inserted personal beliefs in politics. Eatbox, you are not wrong. Devs being ruled by woke culture means the game testers will be dictated by woke culture, making systems and games more simple. You're not wrong. Including the slaves? Well, it doesn't matter in this case, right, Junders? It doesn't matter whether or not the slaves believe that it's good or bad. You have a country where the rich people who live in the city all believe that slavery is good, and since they rule the country, they decide that slavery is the law of the land. What is your argument against it? What's your argument against it? I graduated in 2018, was pushed to take women's and gender studies class and Hispanic studies. The teacher there forced me to read a book with very violent content and got mad at me for not liking it. Emberberry, what did you study? No, but Reminiscent, this is again where you are equating moral arguments, right? So why your argument? So by the way, you cannot make a moral argument without getting into much deeper conversation here for why slavery is wrong. Dark Really, how you doing? Dark Reality, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate you. If you want to make that argument, you first have to prove that human beings have value. So you need to find an underpinning philosophy that applies some kind of value to a human being. And then by showing that there is a value to a human being and a value to a human being having personal freedom, there you can then go, see, guys, because human beings have value and there is a value to human personal thought and freedom, you cannot enslave a person. So you'd have to go through quite a bit of rigmarole to get there. But the problem there is you are appealing to a moral argument in order to prove a realistic product argument. These two things are not equatable to one another. Just because the argument does not work. So, for example, in many Middle Eastern countries, the majority belief is that slavery is good. Yet we in the West look at them and go, hell no, bro. You cannot do that. That is wrong. Right? And we don't accept their majority view as the correct view just because they hold the correct view. But this is not the same when you look at a video game that has quite literally failed because it happened to not be fun for the vast majority of people. And then suddenly you go and you say, you know what? Really, you can't make that argument. Just because the majority didn't like the game doesn't mean that it's not a good game. It just means that the majority didn't like the game. What you're doing is you're making relativist arguments. So you're effectively making postmodernist arguments. You're saying there's no such thing as objective reality. A reality is literally just the observance of everyone that observes it individually. There's no such thing as truth. All truth is simply the figment of your own imagination. You see something, you perceive it as true, therefore it is true for you. This is obviously bullshit. When it rains, you get wet. This is an objective truth. Just because you happen to think you can run around and not get wet doesn't mean you don't get wet. It just means that you're stupid and you don't know your weight. But your argument is trying to extrapolate truth from an objective reality to a subjective thing. All truth is subjective. There is no such thing as truth. What is truth even? Soon we're going to be arguing about what even is a woman. Is there such a thing as a woman? What's a human being? Do human beings actually exist? Well, how do you know you exist? If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? We're going to start getting into all of these arguments because you're trying to fundamentally break down the foundations of truth. When you sell a video game and the video game does not sell because the majority of people does not like it, then the objective truth is that you just made a bad video game. That's the truth. You can try and argue it whichever way you want. You made a bad video game. If you made a good video game, the people would have played it. It's as simple as that. Minus be real if our eyes aren't real. Fringe do be like that. Majority of targeted audience. But if 100% of people argue with slavery, that means the slaves agrees with it, then I'm okay. Mine, like FIFA and Assassin's Creed, the new ones, and when I gave him Dark Souls 3, he said combat is stupid. I didn't make a straw man. Tell me, what did I take from your argument that you did not say? You told me I cannot say that the combat in Dragon Age the Veilguard is bad. That's a subjective opinion. I told you that the majority of people who played it, one of their key complaints was that the combat gets boring after the first 5 hours. You then say to me, that's still just an opinion that isn't subjective. Even if the majority believes that it is true, that doesn't make it an objective fact. I told you, if the majority of players doesn't like something, then that thing is objectively bad. Because you're trying to sell a product to the players. The majority of players rejected the product, therefore, objectively, it is a bad product. And then you're saying, well, actually, what about slavery? If 100% of people believe in slavery, so what did I get wrong with your argument, Reminiscent? Station with lefties? No, Grumpy. Like, me and Reminiscent are just debating. This is not the same as... I don't think this is the same as arguing with leftists. At least, that's never what I've experienced with Reminiscent. So I wouldn't go that far. What is a woman? Breaks my brain every time I hear it. It's a difficult question, right, Damazelle? No one can answer it. It's actually an impossible question. If someone asks me what is a woman, I'll just run through a wall. How do I even answer that one? Very difficult. No one has been able to answer that question in the history of humanity. Like, people cannot expect me to answer that. No, but Reminiscent... Wait, what? That's absolute... Okay, so the definition you just gave for an objective fact is absolutely not the definition for an objective fact. Because the problem with that is you're suggesting that if anyone, even a moron, can disagree simply by saying, I don't agree, then it's no longer an objective fact. It's just a stated opinion. That's not how objective fact works. Objective fact is the objective fact because that is the facts. If you made a game for players to enjoy, and the majority of players don't enjoy the game, the objective fact is that the game isn't good. Just because there are some players who don't mind the game, doesn't suddenly mean that the game is... Well, actually, it's sort of, in limbo whether or not the game is good or not. No, the game is really shit. There just happen to be a couple of players with literally shitty taste that happen to enjoy that kind of stuff. If this thing to have hamster wheel arguments, the answer is yes, then stir them down. I'm a 3D artist. That means I work in game dev and have since 2016. It is clear Avad was not made by skill devs. Thank you. Kamikins, how you doing, bro? The answer is yes, then stare at them. Oh no, not between you two. You're wrong because I disagree. That's the problem with objective fact, right? If you're saying the objective fact is purely reliant on no one being able to disagree with it, then there is no such thing as objective fact, right? Because the objective fact can only be objective if no one disagrees with it.
Damage.
Now, if you want to make the argument, right, that objective fact is objective fact because no one can rationally disagree with it, that's a whole different discussion. So, for example, 2 plus 2 is 4. Yes, that's absolutely objectively fact. Now, if someone comes in and says, actually, I don't agree. I think that it's 5. There we can say, okay, prove your rationality, prove your logic. Show us that it is 5. If they fail to show you that it's 5, then they're wrong, and therefore it's still 4. The issue here would be, if we apply those same rules to something like combat in Dragon Age the Veilguard, whether it is good or not, the standard that leads to the objective fact would be, how did players perceive the combat? That would be the standard. Because there's no other way to determine the standard. The standard for a product that you're selling has to be the perception of the people buying it. There's literally no other standard for it. What would be the other standard? No, this is really good combat because it requires 2 button presses per second, and this one does 2 button presses per second. We don't have these objective standards for what is or is not good combat. The objective standards for what is good in a video game is, does the majority of gamers like it? If the answer is yes, then congratulations, this is good. If the answer is no, then congratulations, this is shit. There is no other way to do it. This is the same thing with art. art is highly subjective. But if you paint something, right, and I have drawn some shit once upon a time, how do I know that my art is objectively bad? Because fucking no one wants to buy it. That means that it is objectively bad art. Even though art is subjective, it is objectively bad because the majority of human beings have said, this is shit, we don't want to buy this. I mean, that is absolutely true. There's nothing you can do about that because you cannot say that something that is sort of borderline subjective in its value cannot have objective truths attached to it. This is why you can't make the argument that, oh, as long as someone can't disagree with it, that's objective fact. That would be wrong, in my opinion. Someone 25 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not if you're Terrence Howard. Who the hell's that? Take that, it's not beautiful. I can't even do a stick man correctly. An opinion, a factual statement. Thomas, how you doing, bro? The argument you're making to me is objectively the majority of gamers dislike this game. Okay, let's extrapolate from that. Objectively, the majority of gamers dislike this game. What is the point and purpose of a video game? What is the essence of the existence of a video game? Why does a video game exist? To be enjoyed by players. So when the majority of players reject the essence of the game, they don't want this game, then the essence of the game has defeated itself. Because in the creation of the game, it wanted to be played by as many people as possible, but the many people rejected it. So its essence has failed. Therefore, by definition, it is an objectively bad game. And just some people happen to not mind it. Majority agreement can sometimes indicate social consensus, but objective facts are based on evidence, not opinion. But what would be the evidence? So, Damazal, let's extrapolate this. What evidence could there possibly be to determine how good or bad a video game is? Number of sales, right? That would be literally the only evidence, like hard evidence. If we wanted hard evidence for the determination of how good or bad a video game is, the only objective evidence we could ever find is the number of sales. How many people bought and played the game. So therefore, if the number of people who bought and played the game is low, then objectively, based on the evidence, the game is bad, right? Like there's no other way around it. This is the truth. It took us almost half an hour, but we're here. I think I've made my point. I think I've made my point. But Reminiscent, thank you very much for engaging me in this. I do so enjoy the moral quandaries and also the philosophical discussions of chat. It's your subjective opinion that I can't fly. Well, you can go for it. As Tekla just said, there are safe travels, but there can be some stuff that could be objective. It would be difficult in something like a video game, right? So in something like a video game, the only thing that I could say in a video game, actually, there's a couple. So, for example, could you say objectively that the graphics in a video game is good? I think you could, right? Could you say objectively that the story or the narrative of a video game is good? I think you could. I studied drama, and part of drama is text analysis, oral analysis, creative writing, right? That's part of what you study. And there are academic ways to determine how good or bad a story is. Like academically, you can analyze a text and find, what are the subjects that's introduced into the story. Did the writer introduce the subjects and explain the subjects in the correct way? Did the writer get lost in the subject matter? In other words, you do have script writers throughout history that would introduce a shit ton of subjects at the beginning of a script, but then just never actually deal with like half of those subjects. So it's sort of, there's a bunch of plot lines. Most people just know it as plot lines. A bunch of plot lines, but most of the plot lines never even happen because the writer just sort of got confused with what they were writing. So that does exist. And then you can make an academic claim and say this is just bad writing, right? But again, that would be academic. The problem with stories is so oftentimes stories are not academically perceived. So even there, you're going to have problems because stories are oftentimes perceived by humans, and it can be completely divorced from the academic reality. And that does happen. That happens quite often with stories that one could academically say is just very badly written, but still people loved it. People absolutely adored it. Per budget involved, they can make simple games for small audiences. Gary, so there we would get into an argument of the number of sales versus or compared to the budget, right? And that is true. There's a number of games out there that the game itself was never really made for a massive audience, right? So sometimes more niche games would fall into this category, where you do have these mega niche games that barely really matter, right? What are you guys talking about when it comes to HDR? What's going on here? Tedian, not so much, because the factors is still reliant to the conversation at hand, right? So we're still talking within the concept of the conversation. Remember, we are talking about Avowed here. This is a game that had a budget. It had a marketing budget. Heck, Microsoft literally took out billboards in New York Times Square, right, for this game. So clearly this game had all the bells and whistles that it needed. Now, if you want to make an argument about, you know, there are sometimes indie games that go completely unnoticed because they don't have a budget. And, you know, but those games are also, you know, they're a dime a dozen. And you find hundreds of them, and sometimes people just don't discover this one. True, but that would change the sort of landscape of our argument, right? We would immediately now start talking about something completely different. So in this argument, I am assuming that we're all referring to AAA games, you know, games that have budget, that can sort of push marketing, as it were. Keith, yeah. We're not arguing about what Avowed's budget was exactly. Music, etc. I would agree with that. Damazal, to some extent, I would definitely agree with that. Is there a date when Discord is going to go public? So Thundercool, good to bring that up. Because that is one of the stories we do need to talk about today. So Discord is reportedly exploring an IPO. I'll have my thoughts at the end of this. Chat platform Discord is reportedly exploring an initial public offering IPO, according to sources speaking to the New York Times. The report claims the Discord leadership has been meeting with investment bankers in recent weeks to discuss early preparations for an IPO that could happen as soon as this year. At last valuation in 2021, Discord was estimated to be worth around $15 billion. In a statement provided to the New York Times, a Discord spokesperson said, "We understand there is a lot of interest around Discord's future plans, but we do not comment on rumors or speculation. Our main focus remains on delivering the best possible experience for our users and building a strong, sustainable business." Discord's popularity has surged over the years, especially in the gaming community, for its numerous gaming-friendly features and its relatively robust moderation and community tools compared to other similar platforms. The platform has since been integrated in both PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles as an easy and convenient voice chat option while gaming, and more recently it has integrated streaming options as well, and critically, Discord is free to use, though it does have various monetized options that allow access to a greater set of customizable features. Already, though, users have expressed concern that an IPO would ultimately be a detriment to Discord's functionality long term. The most upvoted comment on the relevant thread is Discord apps reads, "Well, it's been fun, but anytime someone decides they want to make a public offering, then the company, everything goes to shit. What's the next communications platform promising not to sell out like all the others?" What are you guys thinking about? JB, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind you guys, even if you were arguing with me. I don't mind that. You guys know I like arguing. Translate this into human. Are they selling it? They're going public. So effectively, they're going to do what all of our favorite game studios have done. They're going to get investors. Ninja Gnome, how you doing? They want to get investors into Discord. Now, there's a couple of things that I would say about this. Number one, my first real fear would have been this would lead to them selling our data, but they already sell all of your Discord data. In fact, there's quite a number of things that I think a lot of people don't even know. Like, for example, nothing you type in any Discord server is private. I don't even know if you guys know that. There is a legitimate platform out there, it's on the internet, where you can search any user, right? If you have their username, you can search every single message that they have ever sent on Discord in any Discord server. It's all logged. The API gives you access to everything. So if you've been inside, maybe a spicy Discord server, and you've spoken about how you want to suck some girl's toes, yeah, someone can find that shit. It is on there, and it's easily findable. Now, according to Discord at least, this does not count for DMs. Discord claims that DMs are encrypted, and that not even they have access to your DMs, but I would take that with a grain of salt. Or maybe like an ocean of salt, actually, because that's probably also not true. So you kind of have to, keep track of that as well. But the problem here would be Discord, my bigger problem, because Discord already sells all of its data. Guaranteed. If you talk about stuff, they know. Okay. My bigger issue is the second investors step in, the relationship between the company and the user change. The second investors step in, the CEOs and the company are now going to be focused far more on making and generating cash for the investors than what they're actually going to care about the actual users. So I can already see certain things becoming a problem on Discord. Don't even think about the censorship stuff, because that might happen, but who knows? Think more along these lines. Can you not delete your messages? Thundercool, you can, but you would physically have to go and find each of these messages that you've sent and delete them yourselves. Just remember, Discord doesn't have a mass delete function. But think about it this way. Imagine if Discord, once it gets picked up, suddenly it introduces new voice tiers. So, for example, you only have a certain amount of hours of voice chat per month. And if you pay $5, you have unlimited voice chat. Or you have unlimited voice chat, but at very low quality, unless you pay $5. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, that will destroy Discord. That's the point. The investors aren't going to give a shit about what will or will not destroy Discord. They're going to care about trying to make more money. And while, yes, right now, Discord may have millions of users, even if it just has 5 million users, but they're all paying $5, Discord is still making a hell of a lot more money than when it had 50 million users, right? Or however many users Discord has right now. So the issue is, and we need to think about this, the second this company goes public, the Discord that you and I know is most likely dead. redact delete messages from Discord. Does it? I've never heard of it. I'm assuming it's an app that you have to download or a service that you have to download in order to delete. Bugger Games, that's my problem, right? Is I'm not even looking at the woke stuff because not all publicly listed companies are woke. There's plenty of publicly listed companies that are not woke. I'm just looking at the user experience here. Discord is already the monopoly when it comes to actual usability. Let's be real. Every gamer in the world has Discord. If Discord starts changing things right now, they are already so integrated into PlayStation, into Xbox. And you have to remember, us on PC, we can easily find an alternative, and there will genuinely be someone that builds an maybe I'll build that alternative. Man, I may actually just do it. Because I'm so sick and tired of every single time we get something good, some asshole wants to sell the good thing and give some investors a lot of cash. Maybe I should just get like a couple of programmers and build another Discord. One that doesn't charge, like never goes public or some shit like that. But there will be someone for PC, but that's not going to be the case for PlayStation and Xbox. Because remember, for PlayStation and Xbox, it's not as simple as for PC. We can just download and install a new one. Usually on PlayStation and Xbox, you need permission to do that. Remember, I'll check that out. Because that might be an interesting tool to have. Then we find something else. I don't really care. Companies and services come and go. Where there is a need, there will be a product. I don't know if TeamSpeak is good. I've not used TeamSpeak in years. I know they keep making noise on X, but I haven't used TeamSpeak in a very long time. I think it's safe to say TeamSpeak is basically just Discord now. Like, at least based on that UI, this is just Discord. Yeah, it literally just looks like Discord. Yeah, it genuinely looks like they just copied, they literally just copied Discord. They do say it's spam-free, it's military-grade encryption, whatever the hell that means. Advanced permission controls, offline LAN functionality, host your own private server, fully customizable user interface, anonymous usage, in-game overlay, codecs, 3D immersive positioning, SDK available, will not provide your data to third parties, mobile app, minimal CPU usage, unlimited sub-channels, individual volume control, unlimited file transfer, direct messaging, and gamepad and joystick hotkey support. Attacks against Akko's Discord. Grew up with an MSN Messenger, then hopped over to TeamSpeak and Skype when they became the current thing. There's always going to be another platform. True. Abaddon, how you doing? So, in other words, guys, if Discord does go public, we can just switch to TeamSpeak. Because it seems fine, as far as I'm concerned. What about a new Discord every year eventually? Dude, you don't know what Vent is? Thundercool, no. Who in chat doesn't know what Ventrilo was? Come on, like, I cannot be one of the few people here that know what Vent is. I refuse to be that old. Back when the world was in black and white. Yeah, Vent was like super old, bro. Like, Vent was... So, it went something like... I think TeamSpeak and then Vent. No, Vent and then TeamSpeak. And then there was another one, but I think that one closed down. That's the one that we used for a long time. It was called Mumble. So we went from TeamSpeak. which was always super silly. It was very difficult to use. And then we switched to Vaint. And that was pretty good for a while. But then we switched to Mumble because Mumble had better voice. Mind-blowing. I love how everything is uncensored. It's by far the best AI I've ever used. The way she talks to you is so funny. I've not spoken about Grok 3 in unhinged mode. I will say, though, if you are not using Grok, I don't know what you're doing. Mumble, Patilin. So I have a friend called Skills, or No Skills. And he is insane with all of these new things, right? And when we were having trouble in TeamSpeak, because whenever you wanted to raid, you'd have to get a bunch of people into TeamSpeak. But to get people to connect to TeamSpeak was sometimes a headache, because not everyone knew how to connect to TeamSpeak. And so we discovered Mumble, which was 1,000,000 times easier to connect to. Like 1,000,000 times easier. Because all you needed to do was give them the invite code, and as soon as they click on that, they're in Mumble. And you had on Mumble like a guest channel that they would go to and they'd be able to talk there. So that was just our preferred. We used Mumble. We didn't use Vaint or TeamSpeak after we discovered Mumble. And then we made the swap from Mumble to Discord when Discord became a thing. Was created on September 12th in 2003 on my B-Day. That was the day Steam came out. I had it since. Remember Pure Pornage? Shit. No, my Steam is definitely not that old. Old Monero, how you doing, bro? Haven't seen an Acklon YouTube video all year. Glad to see you're still alive. How you doing, brother? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very happy to have you here, sir. I put out videos every single day, but no longer on the old WoW channel. I don't put out videos on the WoW channel. So if you wanna hang out, you have to come over to Acklon TV. Someone get Gabe on the phone and tell him to polish Steam Chat and turn it into a Discord competitor. I don't think he will. That's really not Gabe's thing. I highly doubt that he would do that. I'm trying to see. There was something else I wanted to talk to you guys about. Oh, right. Where's this article again? I had an article earlier today that was so fantastic, boys. Genuinely just an amazing article. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in. This is unheard. The journalist here is Ryan Zegraff, and it is the return of Gamergate culture. Culture warriors are killing their own. That's the title of this. There's a memorable line from The Dark Knight that sums up the curious trajectory of Czech video game developer Daniel Vavra. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Gamergate, an idiosyncratic consumer revolt of angry gamers against the video game industry and journalists that erupted in 2014, initially made Vavra and his Prague-based Warhorse Games folk heroes for not embracing DEI in their development of a game called Kingdom Come Deliverance. But in the wake of Trump and Elon Musk's political triumph, Vavra has been branded insufficiently anti-woke. Gamergate keeps waging new battles against every phantom of woke cultural depiction, no matter how minor, illustrating the Sisyphean nature of the online culture wars. It's a virtual game no one can ever truly win. Let's just be clear. Hopefully I'll start seeing shorts of your content in my feed again. This is what Aspen does. Oldman Monero, pretty similar. I've been doing it for probably 8 months now, 7 months now. And I recently just switched over to like proper sort of more political content and stuff like that. But okay, so firstly, I want to waste a lot of time here and correct a number of things that he says here, because I do think this is probably the most honest depiction of Gamergate I've ever seen from a journalist. It doesn't make it honest, it's just from a journalist. It's reasonably honest. Now, it's not the worst sort of explanation. The whole point here, the one thing that I do not necessarily agree with him on is that Gamergate keeps waging new battles against every phantom of woke cultural depiction. The problem with that is, you seem to be painting us as the ones waging these battles. But we're not the ones waging these battles. In fact, we didn't start this latest war. We didn't start the first war. The first war was thrust upon us. The second war we were happily made aware of because one of the warriors that were fighting in darkness happened to accidentally speak out. And that's how we found out, oh shit, the war is still going, boys, let's go. Right? So please do not paint us as the ones waging this never-ending war. We were happy to go back to just playing our video games, and I guarantee you, every single person in this chat and around the world, except for the few grifters that literally just do this for money, every single one of us would love to go back to just playing our video games. Nothing would make me happier than knowing that I can just wake up every day, make videos about my favorite games coming out, make reviews of the games that I love playing, and just play video games. I would love to be able to do that. The issue is I can't do that as long as you guys keep infecting my video games with your bullshit. Like, how am I supposed to do it? I can't play my favorite games because, I was so looking forward to Dragon Age the Veilguard, and then it got woke, and I didn't get to play Dragon Age the Veilguard because you screwed it up. I was so looking forward to Avowed, and then it got woke, and you screwed it up again. Like, every game I'm looking forward to, you guys managed to fuck up. And somehow we're the ones fighting? Like, what are you talking about? Like, seriously, what are we talking about? We're just supposed to sit down and shut up and gobble whatever was dished to us? Kimmy, pretty much. That apparently is the thing. Vavra is not your typical blue-haired social justice warrior. The barrel-chested, bearded Czech looks like a character in his own medieval European action game and once led a street protest outside the Greek embassy in Prague to protest colleagues' arrest. Yet a decade ago, he became a pariah among many of the press and his peers. They hated that Vavra was sympathetic to Gamergate. In 2015, progressive activists accused Warhorse Games of racism for not including people of color from a game set in rural 15th century Bohemia, which Vavra defended as part of a commitment to historical accuracy. The controversy prompted him to speak out against the wokeification of the games industry. The future of our biz is at stake, and progressive media are destroying it with their hateful narrative, he said. Based. The keyboard jockeys of Gamergate applauded Vavra's stance, but the fallout of the controversy was ugly. Warhorse got hate mail from progressives, and news outlets such as Vice refused to cover Kingdom Come. Oh no. Vavra likened the backlash to living in the USSR. I had the privilege of growing up in a totalitarian communist regime, he told a games journalist in 2015. So I have first-hand experience with censorship and going to prison for your opinion or shitty propaganda on TV, in literature and even music. Isn't the UK playing around with prison sentences for opinions at the moment? Explaining how reception to a video game gets compared to life in the last days of Soviet communism isn't easy. No, it's not that easy. Or it's not that hard, actually. UK and Germany, yes. Oh yeah, and Germany. Germany is really playing around with that shit. What sparked it all was a laughably low-stakes morass involving the ex-boyfriend of a game developer who posted an angry rant about the relationship online. Each side of Gamergate insisted they had the moral high ground. Wait, why are you... Zoe Quinn's boyfriend posting how she slept her way to the top is absolutely not what sparked Gamergate. What the are you talking about? Why are you lying? I don't understand. You're doing such a good job of actually highlighting a lot of the true stuff that happened. But then just every once in a while, he's slipping these sort of weird little lies in there. Let's talk about Anita Sarkeesian, because she's what started it. Zoe Quinn was just someone that got on the bandwagon. It wasn't, and the thing with her boyfriend coming out and literally confirming what every gamer knew is that she slept her way to the top. That was only after Zoe Quinn started to get in on the grift of calling all gamers sexists and racists and homophobes and all the rest of it. It all started when gamers, while happily playing video games, woke up to Anita Sarkeesian going apeshit calling all of us racists. And all of us gamers literally looking up from our, like literally, this is us, playing video games and then suddenly just looking sort of over our screens going like, wait, what? Me? I didn't do shit, bro. I was playing some video games right now. That's where all of this started. We didn't start this. But also Zoe Quinn's boyfriend didn't start this. But, you know, apparently, blame it on the main. Each side of Gamergate insisted they had the moral high ground, with one claiming they were defending ethics in video game journalism and the other side saying they were righteously fighting misogynists slashing out at women in gaming. More broadly, Gamergate was a kind of clash of online civilizations. In her 2017 book, Kill All Normies, Angela Nagel described the dynamic as hysterical, liberal call-out culture produced a breeding ground for an online backlash of irreverent mockery and anti-PC. I think that's true. I think that's actually a pretty good way of putting it. The word racist lost all meaning. Oh yeah, I don't give a shit if people call me racist. Is it done to score points with media? Is brown-nosing the woke, if not outright woke? Sad but true. I would say this is actually a pretty good way of describing it. Hysterical liberal call-out culture produced a breeding ground for an online backlash of irreverent mockery and anti-PC. Man, we are so based. We're just mocking people and refuse to be PC. That's based, bro. In other words, they were two sides of the same coin. How do you get from... What? Wait, what? So... we are two sides of the same coin. We don't want to be PC, and we want to be able to play our video games, and we don't want people to be pussies. The other side don't want people to be able to say anything, and want everyone to be little pussies that dress in little skirts. How is this two sides of the same coin? Streaking online bubbles, one self-righteous and woke, and the other conservative and or trollish, that worked out of the same terrible playbook. Bad faith character assassination, when have we done that? Public shaming, that we've done, or getting someone fired. We've done that too. But, and I should just make this super clear, the only time we have gotten people fired is when we refuse to buy their video games and then they get laid off. And you bet your ass we're celebrating that. Because they made stupid games. They played stupid games and now they're winning stupid prizes. What do you want us to do about it? But I can almost guarantee we have never gotten someone fired by making their employer harassing their employer until they get fired. That is 100% only the left. They do that. They tag physical employers to get people fired. I don't think the right has ever done that. And also remember, we never had that power. The world was on the side of the lefties. We didn't have this power. I say that from personal experience. Keyboard warriors and even some of my colleagues tried to get me fired from my role writing about video games for The Onion because I was inaccurately perceived as a Gamergate foot soldier. Well, no one is perceiving you as such now, sir. They do it themselves. Yeah, we just don't buy their games. That's all. You hitting me in the face and my face hitting your fist. Literally same thing, bro. Pretty much. My apologies, sir. Okay, so he goes on to say, Gamergate might sound arcane now, but it was the perfect moral panic for the peak Twitter era, a funhouse mirror version of the scapegoating of video games of the 80s and 90s. Blaming games for society's ills used to be a bipartisan effort. Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden have all tried to restrict them. Biden even once called game developers little creeps who make games to teach people how to kill. Interesting. Losing their jobs, they should just learn to code or something. yeah. But instead of being blamed for inspiring school shooters, Gamergate became a useful liberal talking point among Democrats. They cited video games' power to allegedly groom young white males and turn them into bitter incels and extreme right-wingers. Why incels? Dudes. I know for a fact that there are a shit ton of women that is part of the Gamergate movement, that is part of the anti-woke movement. Shit tons of women. Like, a lot of the developers that speak to me are female. These are the ones that's sick and tired of the woke bullshit. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So, why incels? What makes us incels? I don't understand this. But anyways, we've been groomed to be incels and extreme right-wingers. It was so dirty. For most of Gamergate's lifespan, the movement looked like a lost cause. It became a reliable punching bag for the mainstream media, part of the founding myth of the alt-right, which begat QAnon, which begat Trump's presidency. Indeed, Trump has even been called the Gamergate of the Republican politicians. Why I like him. For instance, Fox, that bastion of truth, argued that Gamergate was a watershed moment and learning experience for many future Trump supporters. Not wrong, actually, because if we didn't see the bullshit they were pulling with our video games, we wouldn't have been able to see the bullshit that they pull with the world. You know, when all of this Doge stuff was happening, when Doge was sort of revealing all of this corruption, I guarantee you not a single anti-woke gamer was surprised. You see, the world is only waking up to it now in 2025. We, the gamers, have been dealing with this shit since 2014. Like, we're no strangers to the corruption of this system. So, you know, remember, the normies are actually quite struggling with this at the moment. For his part, Steve Bannon admits that he viewed Gamergate as an opportunity for recruiting what he labeled rootless white males. Bro, that's where he made his one mistake. We're not rootless. We just don't want to be part of your movement, unless, of course, your movement can happen in between bosses. Like, if your movement can take place whilst I'm not killing a boss, sure, I might show up. But can we do it on Discord, maybe? Like, I don't think I'll be back in time to pull... if I'm going to be, you know, involved in this bullshit in real life, into a standing right-wing army online. And we can do online. You can activate that army, he told Joshua Green, the author of Devil's Bargain. They come in through Gamergate or whatever, and then get turned onto politics and Trump. How many of you think that this line there's some truth to this line? Oh, yeah, I can. Sorry, bro. Is that better? Rudimentary. Well, some of these articles is... some of the stuff in this article is decent. Right? It's not completely wrong. The problem more is what this guy does and why I don't like him and why I think he's dishonest is he'll use true statements, but then he'll apply them just a little bit skewed. Right? So it's just slightly to the left or slightly to the right. So it looks weird. Once you start looking. Kimmy, so this is what I would say, and I actually do agree with you. They come in through Gamergate or whatever and then get turned onto politics and Trump. I won't say that we got turned onto Trump. We did get turned onto politics. And the truth is, once we saw what was actually happening, because remember, we were the ones who dealt with this back in 2014 when most people were just sort of normies and didn't think the world would ever end. We were fighting for our lives to get our video games back in 2014. So we already saw that there's some evil movement within our games that's destroying things. And once you see it in gaming, you can't help but notice it elsewhere. You know, you start looking at other parts of the world and you go, that looks a lot like the bullshit we're fighting in video games right now. You know, so yes, it is pulling us into politics. But I think what a lot of people, including Steve Bannon here, completely gets wrong. Most gamers that are supporting Trump right now aren't supporting Trump because they're loyal necessarily to Trump. They're supporting Trump because they hate what the other side is doing. There's a huge difference between those two things. I happen to like Trump. I happen to not have much of a problem with Trump. But I also know a bunch of gamers who, they only like Trump because he's at least stopping the bullshit. Right? Like, he's at least stopping the nonsense. They don't necessarily want Trump. You know, they would have preferred literally anyone else. But they also know that if we want to deal with the current bullshit, he's the man, right? He's the guy that can break the current shit so that we can vote for someone better in the future. So, you know, it needs to be understood in that way. Not all gamers are 100% suddenly full-blown MAGA voters, right? Even I have told you guys before, I think Trump, for the moment, is the best president the world could ever have asked for. But I don't think, in general, Trump is a good president. I think if the world is different, if the woke bullshit is gone, I don't think Trump should be president. Because Trump's personality, his style, it's the kind of thing you want in a culture war. It's not the kind of thing you want in building a country. It's not the kind of thing when you want to put America back together. Then Trump is not the man for that. It's not the guy you want, right? If someone makes that hat, I will bring that as merch. Make acceptable games again. I will bring that merch. Like, if someone can design that, I will bring that merch. And I'll share the profits. Yet Gamergate had the opposite effect as intended. Games got more identitarian, not less. Since 2014, as Gamergate's online forces fumed, new games increasingly incorporated more racially diverse characters and LGBTQ storylines. In Dragon Age Veilguard, you can get a call-out for misgendering a non-binary character, an eye-roll-inducing HR lecture in a fantasy game about dragons. He's not wrong. But it isn't that Gamergate had the opposite effect. It's that we thought the fight was over. We thought the fight was over, and this is why this happened. It's not that, you know, it's the opposite effect of what we intended. But it also speaks to just how far gone our industry is. Despite gamers en masse rejecting the woke bullshit, our developers are so bought into the nonsense that they can't help themselves. But perhaps not for long. As others have noted, there's been a noticeable vibe shift against progressive political correctness. Game journalists and activists failed miserably in their attempt at a reverse Gamergate. A boycott of Hogwarts Legacy due to J.K. Rowling's transphobia. Now the media says that Rowling may have just won the culture war. Boys. Oops. Oops. They came, they saw, they got their asses handed to them twice. Like, when are these people gonna learn? You do not screw with gamers. Like, we have a lot of time, and some of us are somewhat autistic. So we're more than happy to fight the fight. Like in the beginning of this article, this guy says, fight a war that no one can ever truly win. Like, where is it where he says that? It's here. It's a virtual game no one can ever truly win. Bro, that's video games. Like, have you seen how many people play Helldivers 2? We're gamers. We can do this. It's not a problem for us. But okay, so, based for us, Hogwarts is when I woke up late, I know. No, I mean, everyone wakes up when it's their time, right? Still has the power, money, and blackmails. Yeah, but the thing is, their games are no longer selling, right? So they are losing. We just need to keep on the pressure. Complaints about Assassin's Creed Shadows' usage of a black samurai hero in a game about historical Japan led to the game being delayed 3 months until early 2025 to better incorporate player feedback. Wired is calling the controversy Gamergate 2.0. But what they don't mention is that Japanese gamers have been the most vocal and got over 100,000 signatures for a petition to cancel the game, saying it's a serious insult to Japanese culture and history and may also be linked to Asian racism. In this case, the politics of cultural appropriation butted up against the underrepresentation of black characters and won. When you are so woke that you accidentally become a racist. No, Pringles, but there was petitions to get it banned. Yeah, he's still black, but he's still black, but you can basically now play the whole game without ever playing him. So you can play the whole game as Nawe, the Japanese ninja. So effectively, Yasuke is now your quintessential token character. It's like, and Assassin's Creed Shadows with a ninja that can climb towers and assassinate people in 3 or 4 different ways. And also sneak around, plus a black samurai. That's basically what Assassin's Creed Shadows is now. Master Silverhand, how you doing, sir? Welcome back. That's Assassin's Creed Shadows now. We have all of these very cool things that our Japanese character can do, and also a black samurai, just so that we can say to everyone, look, we're not racist. We have a black samurai. Yasuke is the literal game equivalent of, I can't be racist, I have black friends. Oh man, that is so funny to me. Like, it is it is hilarious to me, like how Ubisoft just doesn't see it. Like, we can't be racist. We have a black samurai. What do you mean? Somebody tell Ubisoft the god avatar of justice in China was literally black? Well, whether McCain handles ID poorly is debatable. Wait, why are we talking about McCain? Yeah, there seems to be one hell of a conversation happening here that I'm not a part of. But hey, boys, if you're having fun, I'm having fun. Let's go. Then came Trump's re-election in November, which signaled the ultimate triumph of the anti-woke regime, with outspoken Gamergater Elon Musk. Wait, Elon Musk came late. What are you talking about, outspoken Gamergater? Elon Musk has said a couple of Gamergate things, but he's not a Gamergater. He just happens to own the platform that we own, suddenly wielding incredible power. Some game developers have even started to pitch themselves as anti-DEI. Wait, who are all these game developers that did this? Oh, it's literally just Lords of the Fallen, though. Yeah, this is just CI Games. They're based. Yeah, actually it's Japanese genre music, but it doesn't make it better. Monster of no, it definitely, nothing makes it better. But hey, he's at least there, you know. Ubisoft stepped in it so hard, bro. Like, so hard. Just happened to comment on Avowed, and yeah, He's the outspoken Gamergater, by the way. So CI Games is spoken of. They're based. While liberals attempt to invoke Gamergate as a rallying cry are falling on deaf ears. Lin-Manuel Miranda recently released a DEI-inspired concept album based on The Warriors, the 1979 cult movie about New York gangs, but this time with all female protagonists and an incel villain that Miranda says was inspired by Gamergate. If you haven't heard of the album, it's probably because it's hopelessly corny and an embarrassing relic from the Obama years that deservedly died on the Billboard charts. Did any of you know that this even existed? So, Damozal, what I would like to point out here is be very careful. Those people that you're referring to as highly religious that have sort of latched on to the Gamergate movement or latched on to the anti-woke movement, there's actual research about this. I was reading about it I think 2 weeks ago. I was reading an article where they literally went around and they spoke to Christian nationalists. So all of your big Christian nationalists, and they just asked them survey questions, right? And what emerged from that is that the overwhelming majority of Christian nationalists are not churchgoers. They don't belong to a church. They don't ever go to church. They're not Christian. So it's super important to remember this. Most Christian nationalists are not religious people. They're controlling people. They're people that want control. They're authoritarian. And they just happen to see certain elements of Christianity that allow them to grab control, right? So they can sort of use the Bible in certain ways to get control. So it's important to note, I fight against those people as well. As a Christian, I am very much against Christian nationalism because I don't think Christianity should ever be tainted with government under any circumstances. Okay, so likewise, Dragon Age Veilguard earned half the expected sales. No, it didn't. It earned half the expected interactions. They expected 3 million sales. 1.5 million players interacted with the game. It's not sales. And Concord, a target of Gamergate for its gender-fluid characters and awkward pronouns, got shut down by Sony after only 2 weeks due to a historical dismal performance. True. No wonder there's been a distinct tone of triumph among the extreme online denizens of Kotaku in Action. Based. I love Kotaku in Action, by the way. A subreddit that's been the unofficial home to Gamergate for a decade. Some of the group's 157,000 members have gone as far as to declare a victory in their decade-long battle against social justice warriors. 10 fucking years after the thing. We were proven to be right, even though anyone not dishonest or mentally disabled knew we were right. One poster proclaimed recently in a thread titled Gamergate won. Now that we've won, can games start being good again? However, there are no clear conditions for victory in the culture wars and little interest in calling for a truce. Why would we call a truce? We're winning. So the crusade keeps expanding to absurd lengths until it begins to resemble the thing that progressives accused it of being, a right-wing reactionary political force. Gamergate went from being about games journalism to a wider culture war to what it is now, a last attempt to stop globalists from taking full authoritarian control of the West. What's wrong with that? Hey, Jake, what's wrong with that? Well, Ian, how you doing, sir? What do you mean, where have I been? I killed that former king, and now I'm the king? Photograph man, no thanks. Good, get back to your closet. Hello again, everyone. Gabu Desu, how you doing? Come back with better stories. Stop trying to have world domination if you want us to stop saying you are trying to get world domination. Yeah, but the interesting thing to me is this gaslighting is insane. You know, like Gamergate went from being about games journalism to a wider culture war to what it is now, a last attempt to stop globalists from taking full authoritarian control of the West. My problem here is if the globalists are trying to take authoritarian control of the West, and you're saying, hey, we don't want you to take authoritarian control of the West, then you can't say, wait, you guys just care about authoritarian control of the West. It's like, yeah. Yeah, we do care about that. That's super important that that doesn't happen because that's what led to our shit video games. It's super important to us. Wow, from kicking SBI Rs to fighting globalists, we're powerful, bro. To be honest, people wouldn't have been so pissed if it wasn't for the very hard pushing and overstepping and overcorrecting. True. I was wondering if you were okay. Oh, Real Iron, yes. I'm good. I'm good. I'm uploading every single day on Akalon TV. And I'm also live streaming here every single day. So subscribe if you haven't already. This is a new channel where we do more gaming and gaming politics and stuff. What does it mean to Reddit post your way to a populist? What does it mean to Reddit post your way to a populist right-wing crusade against globalists? Not much. So it's much easier to keep targeting video games for wokeness. No matter how petty the offense, just ask Warhorse Games. We're winning anyways, but apparently it doesn't mean anything. You know, it is what it is. See, I'm not the only one who wondered if you were okay. I get that. Old man, I've been meaning to make a video about stepping away from World of Warcraft for a while, and I keep forgetting. Like, every single day I wake up and I'm so bloody busy. I spend most of my days either reading through studies or reading news articles or making videos about studies and news articles or making podcasts or live streaming. So I've just not been able to really sit down and sort of put my thoughts down on why I'm done with World of Warcraft and why I'm probably never returning to it. And it's just sort of everything. I can't even believe that it's been 2 months because it felt like just the other day that I made videos for it, but it has been a while. Streamer working hard. That's an interesting emote. I'll pretend like I didn't see that. Well, bad. Don't need to justify it. All good. My feed is mostly Balila, Aspen, and the always annoying Taliesin. I miss my Akalon lore drops. I respect that. I respect that. So then it goes on to say, Vavra is being cancelled once again, but this time, ironically, it's by Gamergate. But no. No one tried to cancel Vavra. What pisses me off is you'll have these tiny little groups, right, within the anti-woke movement that, sure, they'll ask for all sorts of crazy crap, right? You still, by the way, have people like Andy Pants pretending like Kingdom Come Deliverance was a massive failure, when it wasn't. Like, objectively, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was a very big success, but they still pretend like it's a giant failure. These people are not anti-woke. These people are not part of the movement. These are just people that latched onto it. And you cannot use those people as an argument for what we wanted. None of us wanted to cancel Vavra. We wanted answers. That's what most of us demanded. I made 2 videos about this where I demanded answers. Not cancel, just simple questions. Mr. Vavra, Henry was straight in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, as confirmed by you in a post to a user asking if Henry can be gay. What changed? Can you explain? Can you express yourself? Can you give us an answer like an adult as to why you made this decision? No one was angry. No one was screaming for him to be cancelled. He then decided to gaslight the players and pretend like, you know, there is gay characters, but, you know, there were gay characters in the first one too, sort of trying to hint at the fact that, you know, Henry isn't the one that can be gay. It's just some gay characters. But then a lot of us read his initial post and we were like, Mr. Vavra, it doesn't seem like you've actually answered all of our questions here. In fact, you've answered almost none of our questions. Can Henry be gay or not? And then eventually, once they were forced, that's when Vavra came out and said, oh, yeah, okay, sure, Henry can suck pee-pee if he wants to. Right? And then players were angry, but not because Henry could be gay. Because Vavra and the team tried to pull a fast one. They tried to gaslight the player base and lie to the player base rather than just be adults. All they had to do, and I've said this before, if Vavra wanted to avoid all of the problems with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, he'd just come out and he says, boys, we had Henry as a straight guy in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 because we wanted to have Henry be his own character with his own personality. We've had a bit of a change of heart. We actually prefer that Henry has a bit more player sexual. We want Henry to be player sexual. We want Henry to be a little bit more malleable because we want to offer you more sort of RPG choices. So, that's what we're going to be doing here. And I guarantee you most Gamergaters, most anti-woke gamers would have just been like, oh, cool, okay, no worries. That would have been the end of it. It's the lies and the gaslighting that really made it into a bigger story than what it was supposed to be if they were just honest about it, right? Bizarre, but not like it's new, odd territory to have agency over your character's romance sexuality. But it was literally just the point of be honest about why you're doing it, right? Why is the same-sex romance in the game, even if it's optional, why is it there? Representation in this game to make a better world and teach people a lesson. Cover the skull, well, that's a different discussion, right? So we could get into like an actual discussion of why exactly put the gay characters there in the first place. What is it that you're trying to achieve? And that would be a valid conversation. And that would be a conversation if only developers were willing to have adult conversation with adult gamers. We're all adults here. None of us are teenagers. It would be nice if Daniel Vavra would come on a podcast and I could ask him, can you explain to me why? It's not like the game needed it. It's not like the game needed homosexuality. So can you explain why you wanted to do this? But apparently that's too much to ask. When we ask those questions, all we deserve is mockery and sort of screaming. That's apparently what we deserve. And that's where all of these problems with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came from. It wasn't some giant crusade of people trying to cancel him. Kingdom Come Deliverance includes an optional same-sex romance option and an added element of racial diversity because the game is set in the Czech city of Kuttenberg, which, like other cities in the Holy Roman Empire, was a hub of trade and cultural exchange. Vavra and Warhorse insisted that they were going once again for historical accuracy, such as the inclusion of a Jewish quarter. Still, Gamergaters accused them of going woke and began boycotting the game and spamming Metacritic with bad reviews like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a gay, woke, historically inaccurate DI game. I don't know if people did that, but okay. Now Vavra is speaking out against his former comrade in arms. It turns out that we are once again in the middle of a rather bizarre culture war, this time from the opposite side than usual. His colleague, Tobias Stoltz-Zwilling, stated that Warhorse would rather not be connected to any political battle. It seems like someone is always trying to brand us somehow, and we are just trying to make a cool video game. Then just don't lie, bro. Either way, Vavra may have the last laugh. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been a critical darling and sold over 2 million copies in the first 2 weeks. Yeah, and all of us have praised the game for it, because it turns out, even with the sort of childish nonsense around the game, it was a good game. Everyone sort of loved it. So, we celebrate good games. What's wild to me, why are we just ignoring the normal stuff? Like, for example, the Real Game Awards. The Real Game Awards had a game made by a trans person win an award. Why are we constantly branded as these intolerable assholes that just don't want anything to do with anything when we're willing to do shit like that? It happens to be a good game. We couldn't give two shits whether or not you're trans, gay, or straight. You made a good game, That's all that we care about. They are not just trying to make a cool video game, obviously. There's arguments for that, right? There is arguments where we can actually get into the more unwinding nature of their arguments and ask ourselves, well, why did you decide to do these things? And as I've said in the past, I do think Vavra has been influenced. I do think the success of Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and Warhorse has definitely led to Vavra softening his position. And it's not his own fault. It's not his fault. Remember, if you have... You are what you eat is the sort of mantra, right? That is true even for people who sort of hang out, right? If you have a bunch of friends around you and all of them are super left-wing, they're obviously going to have an influence on you, right? Obviously, they're going to have an influence on you. And I think we're just sort of seeing that play out. Shave, yeah, the money probably plays a role as well. Argonian, what did you try? That you will try next week? What happened? My gay friends aren't dicks, though. People call me an asshole. I wonder why. Gabu, no idea. No idea. You can use your willpower and resist it. Resist what? XTZ, how you doing? XTZ, I would not be surprised. I don't think... Look, I do not think that Vavra is woke. Wyfan. I don't think Vavra is woke. I think what happens is, remember, influence is one hell of a drug, right? So the problem with influence is, if you surround yourself with specific types of people, those people obviously have an influence on you, right? They're like, there's an influence that constantly pushes on you. And what happens is, slowly but surely, they start to influence the way you think, right? So you can move someone very far from a baseline position that they used to hold into something completely different just by this sort of move. I know of wives, I know of girls who used to be super left-wing, who today are conservatives, right? Just because they happen to marry conservative men. I know men who used to be conservative who married left-wing women who today are completely left-wing, right? Because the influence from one side was just stronger than from the other side. You see it with friends. You see ordinary people become friends with certain people, and a year or two later, this ordinary person is completely unrecognizable. Like, you look at them and you just go, who the hell are you? And how did you become what you are now? And that's influence. And if you ask them to tell you how or when they started to change, they won't be able to tell you, because from their perspective, they don't know that they changed. They have no idea that they... The best example I have of this is when I stream every single day, right? And I'm busy losing weight. None of you will ever be able to notice. Those of you that come to hang out with me almost every single day, you won't notice because you're seeing me every single day. So the tiny little changes that takes place isn't noticeable. But for someone that only sees me once a year, they're going to be able to go, whoa, bro, you look different. Like, you've lost some weight. Right? Because they're seeing a massive change instantly. Whereas you don't see your own changes so massively, and the people around you are obviously influenced by those changes as well as they happen slowly. So it's very, very minor. I see you looking better. Patlin, thank you very much. I'm noticing your hair changes. I haven't even done... Niara, how are you doing? I haven't done anything with my hair, though. Like, I want to grow a mullet. That's the plan. I'm on my way to a mullet. I'm probably gonna go tomorrow to the barber and shave off the sides again. Just get the sides really short, and then the top again. But I'm gonna go proper mullet. I'm gonna do short-ish at the top, right? So proper business in the front and party in the back. Like, I want to do long mullet. Would you describe yourself as left-leaning, right-leaning, or more a moderate centrist? Agonian, I'm definitely right-leaning. I never used to be. I used to be super centrist, but I became a Christian about a bit over a year ago. I gave my heart to Jesus. And since then, I have definitely moved more conservative. Definitely. I have found a lot more value in the conservative mindset and in the way conservatives lived. Events have radicalized many people to the right. That is not wrong, Gebu. Why a mullet? Blue, I want a mullet. I've never had a mullet before, and I think it would be cool to have a mullet, so I want a mullet. That's your brother. Congratulations on going in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. And good luck with the weight loss. Thank you. Yes, bring back Aki Breaky. Grimoire, how are you doing, sir? For a normal people, being stable means having a constant principle, like gay marriage for progressives. Being stable means always progressing. Gary, well, that's the issue with progressivism, right? That's why progressivism cannot build society. It only destroys it. Because the progressive mindset is one that consistently needs to progress. And what happens when you've already arrived at the best possible solution for the moment? Well, then you have to progress away from that. I would argue roughly 10, maybe 15 years ago, we arrived at the best possible place for gay people in the West. If you were gay, no one asked any questions. It was like, okay, you're gay, just as long as you don't force it onto other people, do whatever the hell you want. But of course, the progressive mindset is one of, we can't stop. So now that we have gay people, and gay people are largely accepted, we now suddenly have to have, people who don't know whether or not they're male or female. And then also, men can actually be women can actually be men, and if a trans woman says that she is a woman, then she is a woman. But also, what is a woman? Can we even answer that question? No, the trans woman is a woman. But what is a woman really? But what is a trans woman? No, a trans woman is a woman. Like a real one, actually. Oh, and what's that? No, what even is a woman? You see, the argument on the face of it is logically laughable. Because the arguments defeat themselves. XTZ, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, sir. The arguments defeat themselves, right? The arguments cannot stand by themselves. But the arguments, nonetheless, continuously have to be made, right? So we have to believe at the same time that not only is a trans woman a woman, a real woman, but also that there is no such thing as a woman. Now, you and I might look at that and go, that is one hell of a contradiction. But to the progressive mindset, it's okay. Because as long as everyone feels happy with whatever the hell I just said, we're good. Biological human female. Of course, the argument don't work. They are based on feminism, true. But also, for some reason, that men can give birth. But what even is a man? I'm an aspiring content creator. My stuff absolutely sucks at the moment. Any tips? Agonian, find something you love. And then do it. And keep doing it. Right? And that sounds silly. It sounds like such silly advice. But the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. But you have to find something you love. You can't do something just because it makes you money. That is not worth it. I took a massive financial hit when I walked away from World of Warcraft. I've lost about 75% of my income. But I am happier now than what I've ever been. Or at least what I've been for a very long time with the WoW channel. Because I'm making content that I care about. You know, I wake up in the morning and I get to look at the stuff that I love. And I get to research stuff that I've never been able to do before. I get to look at science papers and read scientific theories that I've not been able to do before. So I love what I do, and therefore I'm always trying to do it better. If you just go after the money, you're gonna get boring. And you're gonna get bored. Right? And you're either gonna make a lot of money and then you're just gonna become another show channel, or you're not gonna make a lot of money and you're just gonna stop, right? You're just gonna stop doing it because what's the point of doing something you hate? And then I would say, look at a lot of videos, right? Look at what other people are doing. Look at the thumbnails that they're using, the titles that they're using, and see if you can find something out of all of that that works. Never stop learning. That's the whole trick of this. To never stop learning. What is Automod doing? Why are you guys getting annoyed with Automod? Cleansing Light, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. What you just said, and by the way, thanks for the first time chat. There's been a couple of you that has first time chatted here today, and I really appreciate you all for being here for the first time and hanging out. It is an honor to have you here. You're definitely not wrong. One of the main issues with progressivism is the fact that progressivism or the progressive left offers us a peek into the warning that Nietzsche gave. Remember, Nietzsche warned. Nietzsche said, "We have killed God." Right? God is dead and we have killed him. Many people think that was a rallying cry. Nietzsche was sort of boastfully going, "Yeah, see, we've done it." But that's not what Nietzsche did there. Nietzsche was saying, God is dead and we have killed him. And then he goes on to ask, what the hell now? And he actually makes the point that he fears that a society that has no foundation will not stand. Right? It will not stand. And so Nietzsche says we need to come up with a moral framework that provides the foundation that religion has left. Right? So religion is dead now. We can't replace it. We can't bring it back. But we need something that is just as strong. And I would say, looking at the progressive left, we see that it's not been possible. We've not been able to build a proper foundation that is morally strong. And so for progressives, because there is no moral foundation for progressives, it's sort of whatever needs to be in the moment is fine. Right? So as long as it makes sense in the moment, let's go. That's all that matters. Or as long as it owns the other side, right? Like, that's pretty much it. Probably because I see that there is that difference, and if someone just keeps it so hush-hush that no one notices, Tamazal, what's that? I would say evil. Evil will always eat itself. Because evil cannot build, it can only destroy. And so evil will eventually destroy even itself. This is just the nature of evil. And we see it, right? The left is tearing itself apart every few weeks. I remember, and this literally happened towards the end of my WoW career, or at least my WoW content career. I made a video early last year, highlighting some of the evil stuff that was happening inside the WoW Twitter community. So there's this WoW Twitter community that is beyond evil. Like, you have never seen anything like it. They have private community groups where they organize and then mass attack people within the community. So you wake up one morning and you have 200 notifications, all calling you racist, accusing you of all sorts of racism, It's sort of how they operate, right? And the only reason I found out about this is because a member of that group were suddenly the target of this group. They used to be one of the lefties, one of the progressives. And then they had a moment where they didn't quite agree because the group started attacking me because I stood up. Now, you have to understand this. The group attacked a guy in the WoW space called Soul So Breezy. Now, I don't know if Soul So Breezy is black. He's definitely not white. He's either Hawaiian or black or some shit like that. But he's not a white dude. They accused him of racism for some shit he said. I then stood up for him and said, what the hell are you guys talking about? How can you say Soul, of all people, is racist? And then suddenly they started attacking me for racism, even though I just defended a non-white dude. So I'm a pretty bad racist at this point, right? Because I'm defending like non-white people here. And then this person disagreed with them. And then suddenly they started to get cancelled. And so this person reached out to me and started showing me all of these screenshots. And the amount of screenshots I've seen of basically every day there's someone new being the target, and 90% of their targets is former members. People who used to be part of the group, but is now considered to be not woke enough. So the problem with being on the side of the woke is you're either constantly more woke or you're not woke enough. And if you're not woke enough, you're the enemy. The engineer, that is sadly exactly what happens. Wisconsin budget recommendation 2025 to 2026. Word previously used wife or husband changed to spouse. Word previously used mother changed to inseminated person. Word previously used paternity changed to patronage. That's not even the same meaning. Like, what? Word previously used father changed to natural parent. Word previously used man or woman changed to person. Dude, wait. Is Wisconsin left? That makes them more made often than not? Well, the Damozal, one of the things that really breaks their brains, for example, is... and oftentimes they'll just outright reject it. So if you do have, for example, mixed race, they'll say that you have internalized racism or internalized misogyny. If it's a guy that's, for example, dating or married to a black woman, they'll say, well, you can still be a super racist and be married to a black person. And it's like, no. As someone that comes from South Africa and know a couple of hardcore racists, I promise you, that's not true. Like, I know some hardline racists, and I can tell you, some of the people I know have a literal, and I'm not even joking here, I know a guy that literally wants to throw up when he sees non-white people. Like, literally has a gag reflex. Like, legitimately sees them and won't eat in front of people who aren't white. That's genuine racism, right? That's when you get to, like, proper racism. That dude is not getting a black wife in his life. He's not marrying a black lady. So it's sort of part of this, just, it's whatever is easy enough to dismiss. That's what they care about. Illustrated Stories, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Patlian, I know of a guy that, yeah, normal, that the proper neurology of hate. Yeah, I know of a guy who used to sit. So at work, when he would have lunch, he would go into the closet of the office and sit and eat in the closet. Because if he saw a non-white person while he was eating, he would throw the food away because he would be too nauseous to continue eating. I know some, like, dude, I live in South Africa. You want racism, you can come here. It is alive and well. It's not many. Like, I would say it's the vast minority, but they are here, right? There are like super racists here. Black and white. I know a couple of black people that feel the exact same way about white people here. But that's true racism. And these are not the people that will mix with other races. But it is an easy way to dismiss the argument, right? It's easy to dismiss it. So if you see, if someone has an argument you don't enjoy, you call them a racist, they go, well, my wife's black. Yeah, well, you're still a racist. You just enslaved a black woman to be your wife. That sort of bullshit, right? So every day after lunch, he had to come out of the closet, pretty much. I remember we watched that video in your stream, Neurology of Hate, explaining the process in the brain to have such reaction. True. SA is where they invented racism. Someone, I wouldn't go that far. South Africa isn't quite that old. But I would say SA, I always joke. And I say somewhere in the world, racism was invented. But in South Africa, it was perfected. That's the joke, because we eventually did perfect that shit. Like, we had passed laws and multiple nations and nation states, and it was a mess, dude. Apartheid was such a bastardized system. But it is what it is. That is insane. What the heck did the different person do? Do they poison the food or something? Not thinking that is right, just saying that is crazy. No, it's just, Niara has it correct, right? What it is genuinely just a psychological reaction. So this person's hate is so visceral that when they see someone that doesn't look like them, they have a visceral reaction to it. There's a proper reaction within their body. They genuinely do not like what they're seeing. Stormagon, how you doing, bro? Technically, we are all female after Trump's executive order. It says there are only two sexes and your gender is determined at the time of conception. Well, Stormagon, so if you think through the lens of Christianity, which Trump purports to be a part of, your gender is determined from the time of conception. And as a Christian, we believe that, well, God says, I have known you since before you were conceived. In other words, God determined everything that you were supposed to be since before conceptualization even took place. So that's what Trump is referring to, at least. It's the normal behavior, us versus them, and that behavior can be manipulation to have real disgust. True. I hear there was a law passed that essentially says you can legally steal the property of the Boers or something. So the law you're referring to is the Expropriation Without Compensation Act. And the law itself, technically, just says that it is possible for the government to take property for null value, right? So they can take the property and provide null compensation. The wording of the law, and this is why so many people are so angry about it, the wording of the law leaves it vague enough that it basically allows them to take any property they want. But I think what most people are sort of getting wrong about that law, and what's way more dangerous about that law, the law does not state what property is. The law merely states that it can claim property. Property is business. Property is a house. Property is a car. Property is everything you own is property. So technically, the government has the ability to claim everything you own for null compensation. That's the issue, right? And a lot of analysts have pointed out that that's what the government is after. The government isn't actually after farms. The reason this bill was introduced and as vague as it is because the government they want to claim businesses. So if there is a business that they find large enough that they think the state should own, they can just claim that business in the good for the country. There's a proposal from the South African government. I'd go watch a Harry Potter remake with all characters being black. Slavs, oh yes. Business, yes. I had someone today calling me a racist because I didn't agree that a black actor should portray Snape in the Potter series, even when the book details Snape as a tall, thin white guy with black hair. Well, this is my all-time, I think, biggest gripe with all of this is if you really want to make a movie or a series with black characters, why not write an original? Why not make an original series? Why do you insist on taking existing series and turning it into, something it is not supposed to be? That is absolutely some of the craziest things I've ever heard. Argonian, welcome to South Africa, sir. Dude, you're in South Africa, life's wild, man. There's nothing to ever get used to here. I think Ryan Gosling would make a good Shaka Zulu. Like, if you want the Zulu to lose their minds, you actually do that. I just think he would never do it. Even some of my black friends are tired of it. I have a couple of black viewers that is sick and tired of it because they understand that it's tokenization. Right? Most black people are not stupid, unlike what the left will have you believe. Most black people don't require white saviors to save them, unlike what the left progressives will have you believe. And most black people are able to see tokenized characters and go, whoa, why are you tokenizing my race? Really? This isn't required. You shouldn't have to do this. I don't see, and I would feel the exact same way as a white guy. You know, if they were to make a movie that is set in Africa, right? So in the middle of Uganda, and this is about Uganda lore or some shit. And suddenly there's like a token white dude in there. I would genuinely be like, wait, why? Why is a token white dude in Uganda in the early 900s? You know, this is stupid. I don't want to be there. This makes no sense. Why is this character there? They were deeply insulted by the idea of a black Spider-Man or black James Bond? You'd think, but they don't think so. But according to the mayor of New York, black people don't know what a computer is. How can they watch your stream? Oh, yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I didn't think about that, actually. Maybe it's white people that's pretending to be black because they're really racist. I don't know. I don't know. I just know I do have black viewers. At least I have viewers that claim to be black. So I don't know. But, you know, I do remember watching a video not long ago where I was told reliably by a bunch of middle-class white women that black people don't have computers and also don't know how computers work. But also that apparently black people also don't have identification documents. I do remember watching that video, so I don't know. I don't. Do you think? I don't think they would. Do you guys think those middle class white women would lie to me? They look very trustworthy, in my opinion.
Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them because when you have their diverse black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them because when you have their diverse black kids growing
Dude, how insulting must this be to an ordinary black person listening to this? I'll have you know what really offends me about this? Like, actually, I think this might be one of the few times in my life where I'm actually a little offended on behalf of black people. Only for one person in particular here. One of the greatest economists in America, probably in the history of America, is a man by the name of Thomas Sowell, a black dude. And I would say Thomas Sowell is probably smarter than most economists, including all white economists, with maybe the one guy that could challenge him being Milton Friedman. Maybe like Milton Friedman could be the one dude that challenges him. How insulting is it to say that someone like Thomas Sowell, right, exists, but that somehow all of these other black people don't even know what a computer is? Like, how racist do you have to be? What a computer is? Black people in America, I would entertain the idea that most of them are not stupid, but in South Africa, what policy do they support? Why are they not stupid? So the problem in South Africa...
Black kids grow
the problem in South Africa isn't so much that
up in the Bronx.
it isn't so much that white people. Oh yeah, there's another one.
They don't know. They don't know these things, and I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices.
It's not so much that you have to understand one thing about a lot of black people in South Africa, and that is that education is a mess. And it's a mess because the government artificially keeps people uneducated. The schools in most of the black areas that are government funded are super bad. And the government does it on purpose because they know that whenever people get educated, they stop voting for the ANC. So the government has a vested interest in keeping people uneducated. But it's definitely not that they're stupid. There are incredibly intelligent people in South Africa. But remember, they're limited by their education. So their intelligence only rises to whatever their education limit is. But if you look at some of the... Like, dude, I look at some of the townships in my country. Now, townships are super poor areas. And the innovation that these people come up with, right? The way that these people fix their own lives to the point of survival, you can tell that they're not stupid. They're not dumb. They're very intelligent. And if they had proper education, they'd be a boon to the economy. The problem is the government needs votes. And so keeping them stupid or uneducated is really important. Florin, we have government-funded education. A leftist, what in the world are they thinking? They know how to research and learn, yet they think the left is only is the one and only way to go. So, Patlin, this is part of the long march through the institutions. Let's go to Grok. The Long March Through the Institutions is a concept rooted in Marxist strategy, notably associated with Italian communist Antonio Gramsci and later German activist Rudi Dutschke. It refers to a gradual process of infiltrating and transforming key societal institutions such as education, media, government, and culture from within, rather than through violent revolution. The goal is to shift cultural and ideological power to align with leftist and revolutionary ideals over time, leveraging these institutions to influence public thought and policy. It's often cited in discussions of cultural shifts or culture wars. So this is something that happened in America during the 60s, I believe. After the communists got their asses kicked thoroughly, they sort of instituted this long march through the institutions, where they very slowly started to... They started from grassroots, right? So the idea was first you grab the universities. And once you have the universities, you now have access to everything. So from the universities, remember, because university students are the ones that become teachers. University students are the ones that go into the government. University students are the ones that go into business. So if you can get them at university level, you can turn the entire country left. So we're living through that hellscape right now. There's another guy. Oh, what's he called? Is it Yuri? No, what's that? It's a Russian dude. Bezmenov, I think. It's Yuri Bezmenov, I think. Yeah. Listen to this. It's 13 minutes. Listen to this. This is a former KGB agent. And I think for Americans this is extremely relevant.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American.
It's not that their ideology is too hard to resist. It's that, and this genuinely is a failure of conservatism. Capitalism and conservatism suffers from the same main problem, and that is that it assumes that the ideology is obvious. So conservatives, the reason conservatives don't make movies, the reason conservatives don't do art, don't write songs, is there is an assumption that the value of the ideology, the value of the philosophy is inherently obvious. Anyone who spends 5 seconds to think about the world understands that conservatism is the right way to think. And therefore, I don't need to think about anything else. This is the right way to think, right? And the same is true for capitalism. It assumes that capitalism is obvious. Like, look at how much richer people are now. Of course, it's obvious. Communism doesn't have this, and you have to understand communism at a more fundamental level. So you have to basically, you have to read the Communist Manifesto first and foremost, but then it's also super helpful to read all of the writings of Karl Marx. It's not great reading. The man was not as smart as leftists make him out to be, but it's helpful nonetheless. Once you understand communism, you understand that communism is not just an economic system. It's not just a political system. It is a religion. It is a faith. When you become a communist, you become a communist, right? So no one becomes a capitalist. For example, I am a capitalist because I believe capitalism is the best possible system, but I'm not a capitalist. I'm just a person that happens to think capitalism is the right way to order society. Communism doesn't work the same way. You are a communist. Your entire personality is communism. And as a result of this, they've worked very hard to convert. What do Christians do, right? What do religions of all stripes do? They try to convert people to their side, right? You have to convert people. Remember the Soviets, when Lenin and Stalin ran the USSR, they genuinely believed, and they told their people, that the whole world will eventually be communist. The idea was that the world will be brilliant when the whole world is finally communist. So there truly is this go out among the nations and make disciples of everyone. So they don't just assume that their philosophy is the right one, they know that they have to convince people of it. And this is also an inherent failure of Karl Marx. You see, because Karl Marx suggested in his manifesto that the workers of the world will rise up automatically when the failures of capitalism become apparent. And it was the USSR that learned firsthand, or at least before it became the USSR, it was the Russians, Lenin and them, that learned firsthand that actually the opposite happened. As capitalism made peasants rich, as the peasants could buy TVs and could buy extra loaves of bread and could buy some nice stuff for themselves, the peasants weren't so interested in the revolution. It's nice to get people into a revolution when they're very poor and suffering. But when you can afford to buy, a new TV, and you can afford to go and watch the ball game with your friends on the weekend, revolutions aren't that fun. So, they had to force the revolution in Russia. And as a result of this, realizing that Karl Marx was wrong and the workers of the world won't just rise up automatically, they reevaluated and realized that if the world is to convert, you have to indoctrinate that conversion. They have to start to realize that communism is the right way forward. But listen, he's explaining everything. Guys, if you have not heard this guy speak before, if you've not heard this speech before, your mind is about to be blown as he goes through it and explains to you. Now, remember, this video itself is 4 years ago, but this interview was, I believe, in the 80s. He's about to tell you what your world is going to look like right now.
American, to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages.
Listen.
The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals.
What happens in American schools today? Young kids in America today are taught that America is everything that's wrong with the world. America is the result or the cause of the evil of this world. Everything and anything that is evil comes from America. This is why you have people like Hassan, people like Vosh, with massive American audiences actively celebrating the enemies of America. AOC hates America, actively says it. The left loves her, right? Is it Talib, whatever her name is, the also Congresswoman, actively hates America, loved by the left. Because they were taught in school, America is everything that is evil. That there is nothing good about America. This was all part of their plan. Yuri is telling this to you because that was what he was supposed to be doing. He was sent to Canada to do this in Canada. This was his job. This is how he knows that this is what they were doing, because that's why he was there.
Intellectuals are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli.
Yeah, Omar.
Certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information. Even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. to get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
So here's where Yuri makes his first mistake. You see, he says, if you want to counter this, if you want to stop these young people from, taking and ruining your society, you have to retrain a new generation of young people in order to fix this. You see, but the Russians, and this isn't Yuri's fault, the Russians assumed that, and Yuri, because he's a subject or a consequence of his own sort of milieu and where he grew up, the Russian or the communist mindset assumes that humans are blank slates. It assumes that you can do whatever you want with a human. A human is just sort of malleable. You can do whatever you want, and then a human will just do what you say they should do. We, of course, know that that isn't true. We see the results of this now. You see, as the left has continuously gone more and more left, and these sort of anti-male, anti-American, anti-Western sentiment has continued to go out, what has happened to young Gen Z boys? They are now more conservative at their age than the millennials or even the sort of boomers were at that age. The younger generation is rejecting the woke shit. You see, because what the Russians thought, what the communist thinks, is that it's all just education. If you educate them correctly, they'll just do it. Remember, because communism's success hinges on this principle. The problem was that Karl Marx sort of yada his way through this bit, but the idea is the government takes control of the means of production. The population is then taught how to not be greedy. And then once the population is no longer greedy, now the government no longer needs to exist. Of course, no country has ever been able to get past phase 2. Like every communist country gets phase 1. Phase 1 works. The government takes control of the means of production. But then it gets stuck in phase 2. Phase 2 never actually happens. Because as it continuously finds out but never actually learns, greed is inherent to the human existence. It cannot be taught away. You cannot teach a human not to be greedy. They will always be greedy. And because they will always be greedy, the state has to consistently own everything, because there is no way to make humans not greedy. Everything that you or I or anyone want in this world is because of greed. You exist right now because you're greedy. You want to buy a McDonald's burger, or you want to buy a Burger King burger, or whatever, right? You want something. It is your greed that wants you to have that thing. Maybe you want a bigger television. Maybe you want a better PC. It's greed. That's all greed. But communism suggests that you could maybe train people to not want that. I don't want a McDonald's burger. I'm fine with my loaf of bread. I don't want a bigger PC. I'm fine with this one that can barely play Tetris. Because that's the hope. That's the dream.
Society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people.
Hey, Those days, how you doing?
Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents.
Yeah.
Unlike in present.
Wait, what did he just say?
They will be them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and
does that sound familiar to anyone?
The Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. they will join the links of.
Let me give you an example of what he's talking about now. He's saying that once these young people that are the activists that's pushing for communism, once they get their communism, they're going to wake up to a very rude reality, right? This dream world that they thought they would live in doesn't exist. This beautiful utopia doesn't exist. There's literal tweets of left-wing communists asking things like, what will you do once the communist revolution is over? And then they'll reply with, I'm going to be sitting on my farm teaching music theory while also making pottery. And it's like, really? I mean, there's a couple of problems here. You'll be on your farm? Your farm? Like, what do you mean yours? There's no property in communism. But more importantly, the truth is, if you're going to be in this communist utopia, you'll be in a factory somewhere. That's where you'll be. Because remember, there you'll be working for whatever is determined to be the good of society as determined by the government. So you'll be in a factory, sweatshop somewhere, working. So Yuri is talking about that. When they finally wake up to this world that they've been fighting for, they'll revolt. And what will happen is the communists don't tolerate dissenters and revolting, right? You don't revolt. You get killed if you revolt.
Dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized,
it was in the 80s,
is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom.
Does that sound familiar? Like, let's just use games. Even when you show them how a game has actually failed, like even when you show them this game has failed, look at how bad the numbers are, look at how bad this game did, they won't believe it. They will not believe it. Why won't they believe it? Because the media told them this game did well. The media told them this game did well, and that's all that matters. Right? The official sources told them this is a good game and that the game did well. And now they believe it. And no matter what you say, no matter how much evidence you bring, they cannot believe the opposite of what they know to be true, because they were told by the government, at least in this case, the trusted sources, that is the truth. And the same is true for communists, right? I can talk, and I've had a couple of communists in my channel before. And what is so interesting about talking to communists is even when I show communists how bad communism is, but even when I show communists, like when you talk to a communist and you go, okay, so the USSR, communism, really, really bad. China, communism, really, really bad. Uganda, communism, really, really bad. Cambodia, communism, really, really bad. South America, most of those countries, communism and socialism, really, really bad. They completely reject it. No. That wasn't real communism. You see, Yuri just said it. Even if I show you the concentration camps, no, that's not real. Not real. You're lying. No, of course not. That's not real. Because they have to feel it first. They have to experience the evils of their own system before they will finally realize just how evil their system actually is.
When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization and...
Well, you have to remember, Patlin, he calls it demoralization for a reason, right? It's a society that is demoralized. So it is a society that believes so firmly that their own society is evil and bad and everything that is terrible. And the promise is this other society. Like, this other society is the promise of what is good and holy and pure. And so, how do you, that is part of this evil, corrupt, horrible society, how can they ever believe you? You're part of this evil, corrupt society. So they can't, nothing you say can convince them because you're part of this evil, corrupt society. It's sort of, think about it like this. Have any of you ever argued with a flat earther? I know a flat earther, and I've had conversations with him. There is nothing that I can say to this person to convince them that the earth is not flat. Nothing. And I have tried everything. I have had hours and hours and hours of conversations with this person. I have run through the logical framework of this person's arguments. I have explained to this person, how in the hell do you describe so many thousands of people being in on the joke? Like, all of these thousands of people that have seen it, the hundreds of people that have been up to the space station and have been on planes, the millions of people that's been on planes. How do you explain all of it? There's an argument and an answer for everything. Literally, nothing you say is ever the gotcha. When you think that you've created and crafted the perfect argument to catch them in, they just shift to another one. And that's it. Right? They just shift to another one. Go in and take care of yourself.
Unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization.
Now, here's your friend. Obviously, the vast majority of people aren't flat earthers, but there are a lot of flat earthers. Even just 1% of the human population is a shit ton of people that believe the earth is flat, right? And I even know a couple of people that don't believe the earth is flat, but they can kind of see it. So I've even had conversations with people where they go, whoa, I don't believe the earth is flat, but I can kind of see the logic. And I'm like, how? What logic? How can you believe? What logic are you seeing?
This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6.
Do you guys know what he's talking about there? Because there's a bigger interview, but that's over an hour long. I've watched that one, so I can quickly fill you in about what the economic, what he's talking about, but about with the economics. It's corporatism. The stuff you're seeing now with the government allowing for corporations to basically destroy everything, the corporations that's becoming monopolies and basically just feeding this system of greed, that's destabilization. It's what they call destabilization. So effectively what you're doing is all of the accusations of communism. So communism says that capitalism will be the system that makes the rich richer and the poor poorer. And, communism is all about exploitation. You realize this. So you build the system to realize this in the real world. And then, of course, what you're doing now is you're basically telling the population, the only way out of this, boys, is to vote communist. Because we have the answer. But of course, what you don't realize is the answer is only to the problem that they themselves have caused. There you go, Niara.
Weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war. Undeclared total.
Have you guys ever noticed when Trump was in office, the media was balls to the wall. This is the worst time in the history of America. You can't believe how bad America is. Everything is bad. Everything is terrible. Everything is the worst. And then Biden comes in, and suddenly, literally the next day, the media messages shift to America is the greatest place on earth. Everything's normal now. Everything's beautiful. Look at how much peace there is now. Rationality, and the adults have returned to the room. Everyone's happy again, because this is what he's talking about. It's selling the lie, right? So the problem, of course, is, and we could actually just be grateful. I think greed is the thing that killed this plan. You see, the whole destabilization period, in other words, the period where you cause the crisis that allows you to take full power, that period is supposed to last 3 to 5 years. Of course, it's lasted about 25 years in America. Now, why did it last so long? Because all of these corporations that were getting all of this cash as a result of the destabilization efforts, they didn't want to give up the cash. And the politicians didn't want to give up the cash because they were getting all of these kickbacks from these corporations. And so they just kept going with the destabilization period. But the problem is, the people who are now supposed to bring in the normalization period aren't intelligent enough to bring in the normalization period. So as Americans notice, their food bills are getting more expensive. The media goes, the economy is doing better than ever. And ordinary Americans can literally look at their food bill and go, I hear them saying this, but I don't feel this. Like, this doesn't feel like a good economy. This feels like a pretty shit economy, regardless of what they're saying to me, right? Because the people who truly could have brought about the normalization period are already dead or old and retired. So the smart people have left. The smart evil people are out. You now have the dumb evil people, and they're not smart enough to bring about the normalization period. Now, of course, normalization, as he said himself, this is not what you think it means. Normalization is when the government takes control of the country with an iron grip. So this is where you get police on the streets, military on the streets. If you say anything, you're immediately removed forcefully by the police. You're seeing that in the UK, right? The UK is ahead of the US by some margin on this, where nowadays, if you say anything against the government or what the government deems to be not okay, you can literally be arrested in your house for stuff you say online even. You see, because they're desperately trying to normalize the situation. The government is desperately trying to stop all the bad words, stop all the bad things, because people need to stop complaining. They can't deal with all the complaints because, remember, in a utopic system like communism, complaints remind people of a world that once existed. And you can't have that. Everyone needs to think that this is the world we live in now. Niara, you mentioned earlier about Oceania, and it reminded me of 1984. I remember reading 1984 for the first time about 2 years ago. This book, about 2 years ago, I read 1984 for the first time, cover to cover. It's not, this book isn't like reading in school for us. And I remember reading this and just going, wait, how did this guy know? Like, how did George Orwell know? I don't understand how he knew, because yes, it's fictional, and yes, it's not quite as bad, but literally the things he's writing here in their concepts is exactly what is happening in our world. This is exactly how our world is.
Total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system.
There really is.
However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real. They have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism.
And what did you guys do? To my American friends in chat, what did you guys do just a few months ago? You forced the American government to stop supporting communism. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. The reason all of the Democrats, AOC, Al Green, Schumer, what's his name, man? Shiv, Clinton, Pelosi, Pocahontas. The reason all of them are screeching is because the empire is collapsing. The future that they had worked so desperately hard for, the future that they had hoped they would be able to bring about. The reason Bernie Sanders is out every single day screeching about Donald Trump is because they see their empire collapsing in front of them. They see what Trump is busy doing. They see what Doge is busy doing, and they realize that if Trump and Doge continue, they're going to dismantle the entire corrupt state, and they cannot have that. They have worked too hard and too long for this to be dismantled now. Now, do I think that this is the end of it? I do not. I do not. I happen to be a bit of a pessimist when it comes to these things. I do think, if you want my honest opinion, I do think that there is a civil war coming in America. I think there is a civil war coming in America. And I think the civil war is going to happen when ordinary Americans realize the system will not be dismantled peacefully. Because I read what you say, Old Manair. I read what you say. Trump and Doge can't get anything done. Why? Because the system seems to keep fighting back. The system seems to keep stopping any attempt at trying to fix it. I think ordinary Americans will eventually realize there is no way this system gets fixed peacefully. It cannot happen. Communism with a capital C, real communism has never existed. It's like Matt Walsh trying to get a definition of women. There isn't a definitive replacement of capitalism. Dagger, the problem with, of course, and as I've said before, right? So the reason real Cardboard Gollum, that Trump is not more 1984 than any deep state communism. Like, that's just objective nonsense. The reason real communism with a capital C has never existed is because it cannot exist. It cannot. The theory of communism in and of itself is an incomplete, flawed theory. Because Karl Marx, yada yada, part 2. He never actually explained how you get from part 1 to part 3. And there is no way to get to part 3 because part 2 requires changing the makeup and biology of man completely. You speak all the time, contradicting himself in the same sentence. Cardboard Gollum, you would think that, wouldn't you? I would ask you to look at who are the people telling you that. So, who are the people telling you that? Who do you think you're believing? This man is telling you why you can't see the truth. It's up to you to decide whether or not you can see the truth.
Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So two very simple, maybe two simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And
you see, what happened was, when the communist USSR fell, the left in America basically created what we could call the shadow of the USSR. The Democratic Party is the USSR. AOC, Bernie Sanders, literally go down the list. I would go so far as to say that there is not a single good Democratic senator, congressman in Washington, D.C. I don't even think necessarily in the whole of America. They are the USSR. And he's not wrong. The businessmen that are playing these games alongside the government, the businessmen that are acting at the behest of the Elizabeth Warrens, at the behest of the Pelosi's, and the machine that is Washington, D.C., as soon as the communist revolution is complete, as soon as the Democrats are able to take control of America, those businessmen will be the first to hang. They will be the ones killed. The Democrats will round them up and kill them. Along with, and this is what Yuri explained, right now, the trans people, the gay people, they're helpful, useful idiots, right? They're screaming, they're disrupting culture, they're making noise that allow them to operate in the shadows. But the second they take power and they normalize things, remember what we just spoke about, the word normalization. When they normalize things, those people will go to jail or killed. Because remember, dictatorships, authoritarian dictatorships, do not allow opposition. It does not allow dissent. It does not allow noise. It takes control and it keeps control. And it's funny to me how ordinary Americans can't see it. It's funny to me when I, as someone who used to be a communist, when I can look at America and go, yeah, the left they're a bunch of communists. How some people on the left just can't see it. Like, no, that's not true. Is designed to separate. It's not just your education system. Old Man, you have to remember, there is not a country in the world that has an interest in teaching people to be smart. Right? No education system in the world is designed to bring about smart people. It's designed to bring about good citizens. And there is a giant difference between a good citizen and a smart person. Because remember, if you're the government and you control education, what you're interested in is a good little soldier. You're interested in someone who doesn't question authority ever. So when the mainstream media tells them, oh, look, Trump's evil. Yes, Trump is evil. oh, look, the Democrats are good. Yes, the Democrats are good. When the mainstream media gives them their marching orders, they believe it because they were taught it. From the moment they put their first feet in school, they were taught the teacher stands in front. The teacher is the authority in the room. You listen to the authority. And you're trained throughout your whole school career. The authority is right. The authority knows best. The teacher knows what you need to do. So by the time you leave high school, or what I like to call government official sanctioned government propaganda centers, you're thoroughly indoctrinated by the government. Now you go to university, and this is where you go to the advanced stage. So, in my opinion, the dumbest people in the world are college educated, because you oftentimes see it. When you speak to someone with a college education, they might have a lot of knowledge about the specific topic that they studied or the specific path that they studied in, but they have zero critical thinking skills. Zero. There is no critical thinking skill. When you challenge any of their views, there's literally no logical reproach. There's no logical argumentation. They cannot think critically about anything. It's all just like, no, that's not true. This is why college-educated people will have sort of these arguments of, oh yeah, a trans woman is a real woman, but also what is a woman? Right? And they can have those arguments, they can behold both of those positions as true at the same time because it doesn't conflict with their mindset. Because they've never thought about anything critically in their entire lives. They were told this is the good way to think, this is what a good little soldier thinks, and now they think that. And that's the end of the discussion. Saying that you're an ignorant sheep. I am saying, however, that I do not see what you see in Trump. And I would also point out that I am not a card-carrying Republican voter. I was absolutely against Trump in 2016. But I'm not seeing what you're seeing. I'm seeing a man desperately trying to dismantle a very evil system. Very evil. And for some reason, most of the other people are not. Most people aren't seeing that evil system. Most people aren't asking questions. Of all the billions of dollars sent to Ukraine, half of it is missing. Half of it is gone. No one knows where it went. No one knows what happened to it. It's just gone. Zelensky himself confirms half of the aid that was promised to them is gone. So clearly someone got mega rich off of all of these deals, and it was definitely not Ukraine that got all of it, right? There was an actual peace deal on the table in 2021 that was completely canned, completely removed. With one phone call from Biden. No peace. We'll keep fighting. These are all facts. These are all facts that I've known for a long time. But when you share these facts with people, they go, no, that's fake news. Why? Because their authoritative news sources told them, no, that's fake news. Here's the truth. Because CNN said it. Hey. Pickle Tink, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Very evil system, which he is a part of. I do think Trump is part of it. Yeah. But I think Trump noticed what is wrong. Remember what I told you guys the other day? I don't trust Trump. I don't think Trump is a great guy. I don't think Trump is a good guy even. I trust Trump's motivations. I don't trust any politician. I think every politician is out there for themselves. The question is, why are they out there for themselves? Trump already has money, so it's not money that he's after. It's legacy. Trump wants to leave behind a legacy. He wants to be remembered for something. And I can trust that. But I can trust that. Trump wants to go down as the greatest president in the history of America. He wants to be the man that brought peace to Ukraine, brought peace to the world, and made America great again. That's his goal. I can trust that. Doesn't mean he's a good guy. Doesn't mean everything he does is good. Right? I never thought it would be. But I trust him a hell of a lot more because I know his motivations than I trust Nancy Pelosi. or Elizabeth Warren, or even Bernie Sanders. Because when I look at Bernie Sanders and I ask myself, what is it that he wants? All I know is he wants communism. He calls it socialism or social democracy. You know, nice words. We can't use communism. Oh, that's scary. Americans don't like that. So we'll rebrand it to social democracy. It's communism, basically, but, you know, with a couple of extra steps. But I still don't know why. Why does he want that? What exactly is he trying to achieve? What exactly is he... And don't give me the bullshit of he actually cares about people. Go... If you truly believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. He doesn't actually believe any of the bullshit he says. He doesn't actually care about you. He doesn't know your name. He doesn't know who you are. He's never met you. He's never lived in your circumstances. He's not poor. He doesn't know what poverty is. He's a very rich old man. He couldn't care less about you. There is no such thing. No politician reaches the level of Bernie Sanders by being good. He's just as corrupt as the rest of them. My problem is I don't know why he wants communism. Elizabeth Warren. Why is she doing the stuff that she's doing? I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. I don't understand it. Right? This is the same reason why I trust RFK. RFK bent the knee to Trump. He didn't have to. He could continue on his merry way and still make a lot of money by people giving him. He decided to bend the knee, become less than he could have been, because he genuinely cared about making Americans healthy. I can trust that. And I think for him it's a personal thing, because he himself has suffered at the hands of the American health system. So I can at least trust that. I base my trust based on what I can see, and based on the what's the English for it? The motivations. I want to know what your motivations are. He tries to destroy everyone. Okay, like what? Cardboard. Give me an example of how Trump tries to destroy everyone. Like, what is Trump doing right now that you dislike? Name the stuff that you hate at the moment that Trump is doing, please. Wolf, how you doing, bro? Wolf, you're not wrong. That's literally what I said earlier in the stream. Trump is not the best president in the history of America. Trump is not even the best president for America. Trump is the best president for America now. You're at war. You're at war with an incredibly corrupt system. You want a bull. If America had peace and everything was good and the economy was great again, you don't want America. You don't want Trump. You want someone else there, right? Someone that can build bridges and work with other nations and get people together again and bring the country together. That's then. Right now, you don't need that. You need the bull. You need the guy that's going to break shit apart, smash the government to pieces, and then allow for someone else to come build it. Never been in the mindset that socialism and communism are any different from each other. No, there's no difference between socialism and communism. It's the exact same thing. Person to fire everyone that doesn't temporarily pause the thing against the NY Dem mayor that was caught for corruption but went to Trump to bail him out. Okay, Cardboard Golem. First questions that you would need to ask yourself is the mayor that was caught. So I'm not aware of this particular story, right? But first question I would ask myself is, what is this a witch hunt against this particular mayor? And I will say, just based on the last 4 years, the Americans have had some incredible witch hunts. The Democrats have launched witch hunt after witch hunt after witch hunt against everyone that is even remotely related to Trump. So if Trump is trying to put an end to the absolute corruption that is the Department of Justice of America, which should actually be rebranded to the Department of Injustice, because there's no justice actually in that department whatsoever. And that has been evident of the last 4 years of Biden, where the Biden administration literally wanted to use the DOJ to fight their political battles for them. So, you know, I would argue I would need to see a lot more evidence of that before I'm just going to reach a conclusion on it. But name something else. What's something else that you dislike? There's no such thing as someone that builds bridges. Any imaginary person that you think serves the role as bridge builder would be characterized as Trump. Gary, you're probably also not wrong. Cardboard Golem, yeah, okay, so I don't care about the org that's pursuing shit and they only take strong cases. I would need to see the entirety of the case. Because I hate to say this, but for the last 4 years, I have listened to the left tell me that Trump is a literal convicted felon because some over-eager AG in America decided to take trumped up charges that would in all other circumstances be a misdemeanor and turn it into 39 felonies just so that he could get his little W. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to look into this. So I have the name now, so I will read into it and we will see. My pops did 22 in Navy, but was medic, so we were with Marines mostly. Kraken, how you doing, bro? Change the law to make them felonies? Yeah. I mean, if that's not evidence of an actual corrupt justice system, I don't know what is. You literally have the justice system changing laws so that they can charge someone for more egregious crimes in the hope that they can use those trumped up charges to get the guy disqualified from being able to run for president. That sounds like a well-functioning justice system to me. Like, that's exactly how the founding fathers intended. Except if the founding fathers were absolute psychopaths that really wanted America to be destroyed. I mean, it is just annoying, man. Sundar Mullah, how you doing? Wait.
And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect... Well, sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are going to have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that...
you can hear the guy is still struggling, though.
For just saying that. And you know what? If you're a shill for being honest, so be it. I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it. If you want to call me a shill, so be it. I'll live to see another day, and at least I know that I got to see it. And I just want to say thanks to Will. Through everything, you've been at least kind to me, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the trip. If you guys want to, my whole master plan worked for getting a free trip out here, and to. But no, it's amazing. I can't even tell you. Flying in was the best thing I've ever seen. So.
Yeah, Antarctica is super expensive and you can't even always go. And there's places that you can genuinely not go to there. It's very interesting. As an ex-captain of the US Air Force for 13 years, not everything the public consumes in terms of news is real. Most of it is twisted depending on the climate of the masses. Then I absolutely know that, right? I don't have to even doubt that for a second. The problem with the news that people see, you see, and what most people don't realize is the news that you see has already been filtered by someone that decides what exactly it is that they want you to believe. You're not getting the news. No one is actually giving you the news. What they're giving you is their version of events that they want you to believe. So when you read an article, you have to ask yourself, what isn't in this article? Because what isn't in that article is oftentimes way more important than what is in the article. Because what is in the article is there for a reason. They put it there because they need it to be there. and they apply just the right amount of spin to make sure you think about that thing in the right way. You have to ask yourself, what isn't here? What aren't you telling me? And I find oftentimes most people don't do that. Most people just have their preferred news outlets or even their preferred news givers, even if that's YouTubers. You see, YouTubers aren't immune to this. I'm not sitting here suggesting that I'm some bastion of unbiased truth. I'm as biased as the next guy. I have my own filters. I mean, I've told you guys this before. The problem with bias is everything you see. So even you guys sitting here listening to me right now, as the words come through your headset or your speakers and it hits your ears and it goes into your brain, before it gets into any sort of an analytical memory storage, it goes through effectively this wall, this black wall of presuppositions and biases. And these presuppositions and biases filter out all of the things it doesn't like. And it only allows through a what you could call sanitized message. And that's the message that gets stored. The sanitized message. So you'd be surprised how many of you, like, if we actually could do this, this would be mega interesting. How many people finish my stream walking away from the stream believing different things to everyone else? I think you'd be surprised to find that most people leave the stream believing something or getting something from that stream that is completely different to anyone else because of how your bias structures work and how you filter and select for bias. Now, one way of defeating that, or at least countering it, is to admit that you have bias to yourself, knowing that you are biased. So, for example, if you don't like Trump, it's important that you admit that you don't like Trump. And then also when you're looking at news, to go, okay, wait a second, I don't like Trump. So when I read anything about Trump, I need to be very careful. I need to apply the maximum amount of goodwill to every single one of these arguments because I don't like Trump. So I know my brain is going to want to go to the worst possible interpretation of what was just said or done because I want to hate this guy. But I'm going to apply the opposite. I'm going to try and be as goodwill as possible with what was said in the hopes that I actually get something akin to the truth. You're still not going to get the actual truth because your biases are stronger than you. But at least you'll get a little bit closer to the truth than if you're just reading it for, because you want to. They're slightly oval-shaped and flat, though. and flat, though. I mean, never forget, the Earth is actually flat. Hey, we can all agree on that, right? That's a universal truth, I think. Yeah, another universal truth, ladies and gentlemen, is that it is time for me to go away. It is weekend time now, and I still haven't eaten. It is almost 10 to 10 in the evening, and I still haven't had anything to eat. So it is time for me to go and go make some food. Believing what I still believed because I've attempted to do some research before speaking my mind. I'm willing to change my mindset if new information is brought forward or one that corrects my opinions with real facts, not opinions. Massey, here's your problem with everything you just said there. All of the new information that you get is already influenced by your biases, so you're going to reject any information that does not align with your biases. Like, that's genuinely true. I do it, you do it, everyone does it, right? And the same is true for truth, right? Facts. Facts is only good if they can bypass your bias. I can bring you all the facts. Like, I can bring, we can pick any argument, right? So I can tell you this is a black vape. Right? I can tell you this is a black vape with some white writing on it. If you genuinely biasedly believe that this is a blue one, nothing I do will convince you otherwise, right? Because everything I do, you will filter through your own biases. Now, this is, of course, if you're a maximum stubborn guy, right? So you're just stubbornly unaware of your own bias. Luckily, most people aren't that bad, right? So most people, once you provide sufficient evidence, they will sort of start to question, and oftentimes not immediately change their minds, but in time they will change their minds, because sometimes ego is also very much involved. You don't want to believe that you're wrong, and therefore you're not going to admit that you're wrong. But eventually you'll admit. I used to suffer from that a lot. I still do to some extent. If I'm wrong, I will sometimes not immediately want to admit that I'm wrong. I'm getting better at that. But the concept of I will only change my mind if I'm presented with information and facts, can only work if you're aware of how biased you are. There's nothing more dangerous than a biased person unaware of how biased they are. Like, legitimately nothing more dangerous than that. But we got him. No, actually, applying maximum goodwill to something that you know your bias is about is actually a very good way of counteracting it. It's actually a very good way of counteracting it. Because if you know, for example, let's use myself as an example to use a less politically charged opinion. Let's say you know you hate me. You absolutely despise me. If you listen to something I say, right, and you go, wait, I hate Aquilon. So instead of listening to this just as I would like to listen to it, because I hate him, let me try and really figure out what he actually said there, right? Like, was he actually saying, we should never allow this to happen? Or was he actually making a completely different argument? I can't think of an example now of what I would say, so I'll just use Trump again. We had this a few days ago, where someone said, Trump is so stupid, he even thought you should drink bleach. See, there's a problem with that. Subdelos and Zen's fiance enjoying the content. Luna, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Let's use the bleach thing. If you go back, and this was said during a time that I wasn't a fan of Trump's. I thought Trump was a bit of a bully and just not my type of person. I went and I actually listened to what Trump said there. And when you actually don't try to look for just this stupid dude and haha, look at how stupid he is, you realize what Trump was actually saying wasn't stupid. Trump wasn't physically saying people should drink bleach. Trump was asking, isn't there something in his own sort of way, isn't there something like this that we can give? Something that just destroys the germs inside the lungs, right? So like bleach, the same way that the bleach does it normally, wouldn't this be something that we could just do for people? Trump wasn't physically suggesting that people should be drinking bleach. The problem is, because everyone, on the left at least, desperately wanted to believe that Trump was a moron, that was their immediate jump, right? Look at this moron thinking we should drink bleach. Like, this is the president of the United States, by the way. But then you just go listen to what he actually said, listen to the context within which he said it, and you realize that's not what he said. That's not what his argument was. But you can only reach that argument when you apply goodwill to it. And you say, okay, I'm not immediately going to jump to the worst possible version of what he said. I'm going to really try to understand it. It's different from good faith. You can dissect someone's true intentions, even if they're maliciously trying to deceive you. You don't have to stereotypically hate someone to be biased against them. No, but Cardboard Golem, dude, stop trying to nitpick. You can, I'm sure you have the ability to, from what I have said to you, take the main points. I'm not going to go through every single possible scenario of how this should be applied. This is a general rule, general statement that you need to apply to other areas. And I'm very much aware of the fact that you are intelligent enough to do that at all different areas. We don't have to sit here and run through every possible scenario of how these things need to be implemented. As a New Yorker, I knew who he was because he's always been around here in terms of word to mouth. My perspective was that I liked him. When he got into office, he just raised these theatrics to 1,000, but he wasn't wrong on most things. Then the funny thing is, most New Yorkers I spoke to kind of said the same thing to me. He's just a New Yorker. That's how New Yorkers are. They're a bit more sort of dickish, I guess I could say. A bit more straightforward, which I must say, I kind of appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm not a guy that's against people, sort of openly being dicks. I kind of like that. So, it's all good. But yeah, I mean, look, I realize life is difficult right now for a lot of people, right? And I realize that a lot of people are mega confused by a lot of things. But I would say, no matter how dark things get, good always wins in the end. Sometimes it gets darker before it gets good. But good always wins. Because evil can only destroy. It doesn't know how to build. It doesn't know what to build. It only corrupts and destroys what good build, and good eventually builds again. My hope is that in the next few years, I'll join you Americans in the hellscape that is the United States of America. That is my hope, right? That is the plan. If life works out that way, if the money works out that way, I would hope to be in America, hopefully within the next 2 years or so. And if it doesn't, then, I'm here in Cape Town. This is a great place to live, so I'm not too hating where I live right now. Trump is kind of a more common sense guy who acts like a comedian. Bringing in some laughter over issues is healthy. I think everything is going to be fine. It's just the news outlets who are just scaring everyone. Beer's your friend. I actually agree with that. Yes, Trump wants SA refugees. Yeah, he does want those. Good always win because the winner is always good. Gary, I mean, we can look throughout history and we actually see how evil eventually gets defeated. There's an amazing book. If you guys haven't read it yet, Michael Malice, The White Bull. I would argue read Michael Malice, The White Bull. It is a phenomenal book. Because he does explain he shows you how dark life was during the depths of the Soviet Union. He does not hold back. A lot of that book is, I would say, borderline disgusting. Like, genuinely very unsettling to read. But he also shows you how... So here's a good story. I can't remember the people involved here, but one of the ministers of Eastern Germany, or of the USSR, but this was a minister in Eastern Germany, right? The night before, right? So the night before the Berlin Wall fell, this minister was at a banquet, a huge banquet that was held. And someone at the banquet said to them, "This wall is going to come down." And this guy laughed at him. He said, "Never. This wall will never come down. East Germany will never belong to the West. Ever. This is ours." The very next day, the wall fell. That very next day, the wall fell. So sometimes the darkness is literally on your doorstep when the light comes through. It's always there. Trump is a New Yorker. New Yorkers don't like other New Yorkers, which is why New York voted for Kamala. I guess. No matter if someone is left or right, my wish for the future is that people could at least try to entertain two thoughts. How dare you, sir? How dare you? I will only entertain one thought or three, not two. I'm sorry, but that's disgusting. Be careful about Michael Malice. I think he's an accelerationist like Elon Musk. He might just be trying to program you to take in their techno-feudalist system. Don't be lax in the fight against evil. Corporate Golem, Michael Malice is definitely not that. Michael Malice is an anarchist. Grace Fang, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Michael Malice is definitely nothing like Elon Musk. He's an anarchist. So Michael Malice wants something completely different to Elon Musk, first and foremost. But also, there are things about Elon Musk I don't trust. Like, for example, Elon Musk is a transhumanist. I do not like that. Because I happen to think transhumanism is incredibly evil. Incredibly evil. And I think it leads to incredible evil. So yeah, there are things that my guide to truth is always Jesus Christ. Always. There are no men, no leaders, nothing that I trust more. I hold on to the Bible for my truth, and for everything else, I trust the values that is installed within me to be able to discern it. So I don't put trust or faith in any man. But there are things that's good, like the White Book. It's a good book. It's a really strong, really good book. It tells an incredible story of how evil eventually gets defeated by good. Anyways, I'm gonna go grab some food. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I don't want to cook now, but at the same time, maybe I do want to cook. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me. It was so wonderful. I made so many new faces here tonight. It was my absolute pleasure. I hope you found me entertaining, at least half as entertaining as I found you guys. Thanks for making this stream memorable. As always, thank you so much for all of the support, all of the chats, all of you hanging out. Enjoy your weekends. If I don't see you again, I want you to have a wonderful weekend. And I will see all of you in the next one.